What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with us. Thank you for tuning in for another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I am your host, Anton Daniels. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's up, friends and family? Let me give a round of applause for everybody. Simply because we made it to another day, another opportunity to do great things. What's happening? Paige says she was looking into adopting. What kind of conversations is y'all having? Looking into adopting a dog, but it costs $300. Man, if you buy a dog like a puppy, puppies are very expensive. Very luxuries. Most of the things that I see that we choose to do in life are luxuries. Having a dog is a luxury, in my opinion. Absolutely. What up, friends? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up to everybody that's inside of the chat? I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for continuing to hold me down. Thank you to the bag chasers. What up to the chasers? What up to all of the new chasers that joined yesterday? Now, yesterday was the first weekday, but the best time to join the Patreon is the beginning of the month. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. K Cooper says, how you feeling, AD? I'm trying not to feel right now. Because now is grind time. You know what I'm saying? Now is the time that I probably hit it the most. And so I deep dive into it. So right now, I don't have no friends. I don't have no people that I want to focus on. I'm focused 100% on the grind, 100% on the hustle. That's what I'm on. It said you look rested. Yeah, the doctor said I need to sleep more. Oh, man. I hate dentists, doctors. I don't hate them specifically, but man, it's like every time that you got to do these things, it's like you either got to go through something or do something extra. I got a dentist appointment on Thursday. I already know. I already know it might be painful. And then start digging around in your mouth, and you got to go to the dentist every 6 months. You got to go to the doctor at least once a year. Then I went to the sleep doctor. Well, I didn't go to the sleep doctor. I had the sleep doctor came to me, but man, it's a lot. And I think the problem that I don't like about it a lot of times is they force you to change your life and your lifestyle, especially considering that I know that I have to do it, but it's like they say it to you and you just get that extra push. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that looks like. I really don't. I don't. And I'm perplexed a little bit. Anton, why are you perplexed? Why don't you just go in slow motion or whatever? Because that's not who I am. And I know it's hard. It's hard to change sometimes. Because in my mind, in my mind, don't mean that I'm right, but I'm gonna let you into my mind a little bit. I don't even want to say this out loud. If I can't live life on my own terms, according to what I feel like makes the most sense, how I want to live it, how I want to accomplish it, how long I want to be up working, how long I want to be gone, or whatever I want to do, then for me, it's almost like, is it really worth it? Like, I know I got to make adjustments. I know I got to do things differently. I know I got to, kind of sort of reset and do things and all of that stuff. But it's like, life and bodies are a very unique thing, and maybe I'm just becoming more introspective as I get older. But it's a very unique thing because it's not like a video game. Like if you don't take care of your body, especially at this age, then it'll become exponentially worse when you get older. So you don't have any choice if you want to live a very fruitful life throughout your life as you get older. But at the same time, it's like I don't want to do that right now. I want to focus 100% and just grind and drive and hustle and all of that. But I can't do that because I know that I'll crash out or my body will crash out if I don't do, you know what I'm saying? If I don't make the adjustments, you know what I'm saying? So it's a very difficult balance that I struggle with because I don't want to play video games. I don't want to sit around on a beach. I don't want to go to gatherings and be there for 4 hours talking with each other and playing bones and spades. I don't want to do that. I just want to work. I just want to work. That's all I want to do is I want to work. I want to eat, sleep, work. I don't like compromising and having to spend time with people. I don't like that. I don't like doing regular people stuff. I'm not interested in sleeping all day or sleeping in. I'm not built like that. I've never been interested in doing the things that everybody else do. I don't like having to go home at a certain time because this is the time that everybody said that you're supposed to get off of work. I hate rush hour traffic. And basically, in my mind, all doctors are telling you to do is live a regular life. It's to do regular people stuff. Like, I want to go when I want to go. What roses, though? What roses? I don't know what that means. I want to go buy a car and then put the car up in the garage so that I can go and work and buy another car. What's the purpose if you're not being productive? Like, I understand enjoying life and all of that in between, but what's the purpose if you're not being super productive the whole time? If I'm not maximizing the most that I can get out of this time at the time that I'm doing it, then what's the point? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. But I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose my life, I guess. I don't want to suffer. That's probably the best thing. So I'm not interested in having heart problems as I get older, having heart attacks, and being at risk of things and all of that stuff. So I don't have any choice. I got to do whatever it is that I got to do. Oh, such is life. You spend $2,000 on a Yorkie? You know what I think you know what I think that I'm struggling with right now, to be honest with you? I think I'm struggling with the fact that my purpose may be changing from being a father to figuring out what life looks like as you have a daughter that grows into being an adult. Even though she's super dependent and she's, sit around and all of that stuff, I think I also struggle with that too. You know? What up, V Nicole? What up, everybody? I think I'm struggling with change and what that looks like and how that is going to be. I don't think that that's one of the things that's talked about online. You never hear fathers be able to express that. A lot of it is because a lot of guys don't have the microphone, and the guys that do have the microphone don't have any real transparency. They just want to talk about everybody else like gossip girls. And so you don't really get it from this lens, you know. You don't get that level of vulnerability. I don't even know what I want right now. So much of your life is lived based on making sure that everybody else is taken care of, that when you finally start to get the opportunity to focus on, well, you don't have no choice but to also focus on you. You don't really know what that look like. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't call it a midlife crisis because I can talk about the Haley Stevens thing today. Let me put that in the notes so I could cover it for y'all. Um, I'm already fasting right now, Alexander Barnes. Literally. So I'm on a fast right now anyway, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't, for so much of your life, and I don't even think that every man can relate to this. Only some men can relate to it. Because either some guys don't have kids or other guys may not be as participatory in their children's life. But so much of my life has been dedicated to making sure that my daughter is taken care of and everybody around me is taken care of. That when that change happens, not that any major changes happened, but it's happening. Like she'll be moving this month. Just finished the floors of her house yesterday. So this is her house. We just finished the floors of her house yesterday. And so gotta go finish ordering the furniture and all of that type of stuff. And so I don't really and she right up the street, but still it's just like I don't know, man. I don't know. And it's not like a midlife crisis because like I already got cars and stuff, so I'm not looking to do nothing crazy. But I guess I got to start focusing on myself a little bit more than focusing on everybody else. You know, I got a couple projects that I'm wrapping up that kind of finalizes everything that I need to do for everybody. You know, making sure that everybody has a house. Um, Making sure that everybody is straight. So I got a couple more projects that I'm wrapping up within the next couple months, and I'm finishing those to make sure that all of the people that's the closest to me is taken care of. And then it's like I didn't set everybody up. I made sure everybody got houses, money, cars, multiple different insurance policies on me just in case anything happens to me. Everybody is gonna be taken care of. And so now it's like, what am I working for? Now I'm thinking about starting a new business. Onaka's telling me to get a puppy. Maybe I'll get a puppy. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh man, I ain't got my voice back yet. Oh man. Yeah, man, we got to figure it out. Anyway, so make sure you guys tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Somebody give me some insight. Y'all tell me before we get with the show. We got 3 minutes before we actually start the show. So give me some insight. What should I be doing? How should I be taking this? And what does the next couple years look like? I've already made up in my mind that I'm gonna take like I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I've already made up in my mind that after I tie up the bow on these next couple projects within the next 2 months, that um I'm gonna take like 6 months off from doing any projects. And I'm gonna focus probably just on fitness and just on being gone and traveling. What about a gun business? What is a gun business like? Like, is it profitable? What does that look like? No, I am. I'm about to travel. Like after these next two projects is done and I see those through, I probably won't be home but for one week out of the month. I can't order anything to drink like that. I can only drink water because I'm fasting. I can't drink tea. I can't drink hot chocolate because I'm fasting right now. So I'm already working on the network. I'm already doing content creation. You still feel lost after your kids moved out? I spent all day with my daughter. Honestly, I'm probably gonna be spending more time than ever with her because she gonna be down here going to school while I'm in the offices doing whatever it is that I do. I don't want to do no food reviews. I don't have time. But I will say that it is a blessed life. It is a super duper blessed life. It's a super blessed life because God has really, really blessed me to be able to experience life, to see everything and everybody get taken care of and everybody grow up and nobody needs or wants for anything. And I've been, really successful in my marriage, really successful in my raising of my daughter and my family life. And so I've been blessed. I've been really, really blessed. And when I woke up this morning, all I could say is thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God. I love you. I appreciate you. And I guess I'll figure it out. This is the easy part. This is the easy part. You know what I'm saying? So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll put it together. But I am very blessed and I've lived a phenomenal life. And I'm looking forward to the next half of my life. And it's gonna be awesome. We have after hours tonight. We have after hours tonight. We have the Millionaire Morning Show today for the next 3 hours. And we in here, man. We in here. I don't want to drink anything while I'm fasting because I don't want to I need my body to go into ketosis. So Isaiah Robinson, email me today. Let's talk about that. Cause I don't know what going into the gun business looks like. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know what the costs are, the startup costs. None of that stuff. All right. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. I want to start the show off. You know, I always like to start the show off with somebody that says something. And let me first give you my quote for the day. It says, there are far, far better things ahead than anything that we leave behind. Far, far better things ahead than anything that we leave behind. I'm going to re-mention that throughout the show, and we're going to continue to have that conversation. Welcome to everybody that's new to the platform. Welcome to everybody that's tapped in. I also want to say I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Best day to join the Patreon is the beginning of the month. So make sure you tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. We meeting up in Dallas in September. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to get it popping. I want to start off with two content creators that have a perspective on living somewhere else. Follow me here.
I make more money now than I ever have in my entire life. And that is not to brag, but that's also to say that I'm very proud of myself and I worked hard to get where I'm at. But you know what's funny throughout those years is my decision-making process. I was living in Austin. And by the way, if you don't know, when you live in Texas, you don't pay state taxes. I lived in nice apartment buildings for cheap, like resort-style buildings. I made very good money at the time. I was able to stack money away, save it. I was getting promoted. I was rising up through my career. And then you know what I said? I said, let's move to LA. Let's move to LA. Why? Was I unhappy in Austin? No. Was there a better job opportunity there? I mean, I basically went with the same company and did the same job in LA that I did in Austin. And then they were like, okay, you're moving to a city that is tiered higher, which means like higher cost of living and other things. So they're like, here's a small salary bump. Okay, great. Got a little bit of a salary bump. In come the California taxes. I start paying more in taxes, and then my take-home pay every 2 weeks is now lower. Oh, by the way, your rent's gonna go up by $1,000 a month. Anyways, so you know how I said I'm really proud of myself and I worked hard to get where I am today, okay? Those are popcorn ceilings. That is a floor AC unit. Because I don't actually have AC in my apartment. Oh, where's the washer dryer, you ask? It's 2 floors down. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking doing it. I mean, I love it. You'd have to drag my dead body out of here. But I was like, you know what? We got raises, we got promotions. Let's throw it out the fucking window and pay it to the government.
Some people, I think that people in Los Angeles are the most fanned out for Los Angeles, or people over in California are some of the most fanned out people that I've ever seen in my entire life. And what does that mean? Because I'm going to go to a whole nother creator after her. What does that mean? I have never seen a group of people. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Partially I do, but mostly I don't. I don't understand it and I don't get it. These people are willing to give almost all of their money to the government, pay more in taxes, suffer when it comes to housing, all to live on the West Coast. All to live on the West Coast. These people, to live close to the water, if you talk to anybody that even moved out of Los Angeles and then they moved back, they're relieved. I got a friend that moved from California to Texas, to Houston. They couldn't wait to get back to California. Could not wait to get back to California. It's a different culture out there. It's an entirely different culture out in California. The people are different. They willing to sacrifice their pay for a different type of living. And again, I understand the weather component of it because it is dreamy. Listen. I understand both sides. On one side, I get on people for complaining about the cost of living where they stay when they have the opportunity to move somewhere else. There are cheaper places to live, right? On the other side, if you've never stayed in California for an extended period of time, then I also say that you don't really get why they think the way that they think. California in the United States should be the most popular place in the world. Should be the most popular destination in the world. It has perfect weather all year round. is right across the water, sandy beaches, infrastructure. California and the greater Los Angeles area is supposed to be the travel destination of the world. But we've had politicians and legislators ruin almost the entire state. It is supposed to be an oasis. And when you're there and you walking on that beach, I like Newport Beach. Or if you in La Jolla and you overlooking both the city of San Diego and you overlooking the ocean, it's dreamy. It is one of the most dreamy places that you can ever think of. You can't even help but to start having a conversation with the chick that you with, and you start talking about like, man, it would be, I mean, what would it be like to move out here? And the first conversation that you start having is, I mean, you know, but the taxes is too high. The taxes is too high. And you just start getting, it's a cultural shift. So a lot of people that have money, to be honest with y'all, a lot of people that have money kind of live there part-time so that they don't have to pay full-time taxes. It is. It's a dreamy. Remember when Pac got out of jail and to live and die in LA, it's the place to be. It's dreamy. It is so dreamy, bro.
Anyways, I do love being here. I really do. But like, if you are sitting in a cheaper city and then you decide to make the move out here, just make sure that like you have like a good reason for being here. I feel like I do. We don't need to go into all of that right now. Like, I'm very happy with my decision to move here, but I was just like all my friends, they're like, what homes are we gonna buy? Is it gonna be a 3-bedroom house or a 4-bedroom house? How big is the backyard? I'm like, I'm going to tour an apartment right now. And I was like, dude, I might actually get a washer dryer in unit. Finally, for the first time in my 3 years living here, and not have popcorn ceilings. Stay tuned, we'll see if I like this apartment.
I actually think people severely undervalue the importance of which city they live in. Where you live is going to directly influence the type of people that you're going to be exposed to, the type of work opportunities you get, the friends you see, the romantic partners you get, the communities that you'll be able to find. And there's an essay written by Paul Graham in 2008, so it's a really old essay, but it's called Cities and Ambitions. And he basically says that each city is going to send you very subtle messages about what you should do and what you should care about. So as an example, people in New York really value money, and they really value being beautiful. And people in SF really value being powerful and having influence and effect on the world. And people in Cambridge really value intellect, ideas. And then people in DC value being on the inside, being an insider. And he says that it's not so much that you'll do whatever it is that the city expects you to do, but that you get discouraged when no one else around you values or cares about the same things that you're working on. It's a lot easier to achieve your dreams, ambitions, when everyone around you is sending you positive reinforcement that those things actually matter. And he gives another example about inheriting $1 billion. In New York, people will be impressed that you have $1 billion no matter where you got it. But in SF, people will be a lot less impressed, and they care a lot more about how much influence you have over the world. And I've kind of seen this as well because sometimes when I visit my friends in SF, the activities I get invited to is very, very different from the activities I get invited to in New York. I remember I visited my friend SF. I was there for like 2 days, and then the first thing she took me to was like an indie screening of her
They call it SF. They don't say San Francisco.
friend who had done a documentary on the Epstein files, which is like so niche. And then when I went to DC, I got invited to this happy hour, but the happy hour was literally just like everyone on Capitol Hill. I didn't realize this, but once I got there, it was like everyone was in their suits and they came straight from work. And it was basically like a Republican party. Anyways, so my point is, I think if you're young and trying to figure out where you should live, I actually think you should put way more effort and thought into where you should go. And if you don't think your values and your ambitions align with where you're currently living, I actually think it's 100% worth the effort to uproot your life and Seek out that discomfort and move somewhere where you think you might actually enjoy more. Obviously, this is advice for people who are younger and don't really have as many responsibilities. I'm just saying, don't listen to the cope online, and you should 100% try your very best to go where you want to be.
When you're younger, I think that, well, let me break this down into two different conversations. When you're younger, I think it's important for you to actually get out and get some money. It's two things that you want to do when you're younger. Well, actually, three things. And this is just my advice personally. You want to get an education without taking on a bunch of student loan debt. That's number one. Number two, you need to go and get some money. You need to set the foundation for how you're going to earn money. And number three, you need to go and see places, but not spend a lot of money doing it. And let me tell you why. I had my daughter when I was 26 years old, but I would say from the time I was 19 all the way up until I was 26, I was seeing everything, doing everything. I was running up a bag, and I wound up losing it, right? All when I was 26, 27 years old. But my point is that I was able to see a lot, and I did a whole lot. Traveled to a lot of places, bought a lot of things. And I do think you need to be a lot more fiscally responsible. And you don't have to spend a lot of money traveling in order to, be able to see the world or see certain things. But I will say your limited view and your scope of how life is supposed to be, even when we having conversations inside of the chat, I could tell when people have a limited worldview or a limited view, even in the United States, of what life is supposed to be like. Their entire language, their lingo, the way that they see life, everything is tailored based off of the place that they're used to being in. So I'll give you an example. People that ain't never left LA think the world revolves around LA. People that have never left New York think the world revolves around New York. People that are in Atlanta think that the world revolves around Atlanta. People that spend all of their time around only black people think that the world revolves around only black people. And the world is so much bigger than your circumstance, than your neighborhood. It just is. And you don't have to spend a lot of money going to different places to be able to experience certain things. You know what I'm saying? But let me bring this back around by tapping into another part of the conversation. When you do travel and you do see certain things, and I'm not just talking about traveling as a tourist. Act like a tourist in the places that you go to, but truly take in the culture of the places that you visit. When you do get an opportunity to travel, what you'll find is this. You'll start to see how people are influenced by the city that they live in. I'm going to take it micro and then I'm going to take it macro. People that live in the suburbs tend to be disconnected from what's really going on in the world, and they tend to live much more pedestrian lives that don't require them to meet any expectation. No matter what city you live in. If you live in the suburbs here and you never really come into the city, those are the type of people don't feel like it's necessary for them to put on decent clothes or to groom themselves. Like, if you go out to the suburbs a lot of times, and I'm not talking about like that's just close to Detroit. You got to go at least 30 to 35 minutes outside. The people that go to Walmart, they be in their pajamas. Their hair always frizzy. They take their dog everywhere that they go. They drive big, huge pickup trucks so that they can go mudding and stuff like that. Their lives are completely different. When you spend an extraordinary amount of time in the city, you're like, wait a minute, let me get myself together. Because the people actually care about what they look like. Everybody going to the gym. People are being more social. Even after work, they still look just as good as when they got ready to go to work. Sometimes they'll change into a completely different hookup in order to go out and have a good time with people. They're a lot more active. You start to figure out what the culture is. You realize that concerts are down here almost every single day. It's a faster life, and it's a much different life. People that are in the suburbs, in my opinion, tend to be a little bit more lazy, and the people that are in the city tends to be a lot more go-getter. You meet different people. I can't tell you how many different people I've met from out of town that now moved into the city or was visiting the city. If you go over to New York, for example, and you down in the city in New York, you in Manhattan, it's infectious. Wall Street, Manhattan, the city is moving quickly. Public transportation, everybody is moving and shaking and doing different things. People are meeting inside of restaurants and stuff. But when you just sit out and somewhere further off, they tend to play video games more. They tend to be less social. They tend to have less great relationships, all of that type of stuff. The city is way more competitive. And you're right, Will, and it forces you to get out of your comfort zone, which you then have to change and evolve. You start caring more about certain things and yourself. Real talk. A lot of times when you live in a city, you get fresh before you go out the door because you don't know who you're going to run into. And you always running into people. Whereas when you out in the suburbs a little more, it's a little bit more laissez-faire, chilling. It's not a big deal. I get to it when I get to it. You tend to spend more time in the bed, at home, on the couch, all of that stuff. That's why people in the city don't need as big of spaces for them to live in because they spend the majority of their time outside. They do yoga in the park out here. You always meet women 100% of the time. There's no way that you can't run into women. Women are way more social out here. And that's usually what it looks like. That's usually how it plays out. That's why I told Mr. Lot years ago, I said, man, you need to get down here. Get from out of there and out there with them old people out here. It's way different down here. You make more money when you in the city most times. It's just a different vibe. It's a different, pace of life. I didn't say you had to live in a closet, K. Cooper. I said that they don't need as big of living spaces. Now, if you're in New York, you might be living in a closet unless you're willing to spend some more money. But see, the mentality of the people in New York, when I go to New York is, well, I'm not going to trip about it. I'm going to just go and make more money. The people that tend to be in other cities, for example, if you go over to Indianapolis or you go to Cleveland, people are moving there so that they can have a better cost of living. If you go over to New York, people are like, well, listen, skip it. I'm going to just figure out how to raise my income from 150 to 250 to live the life that I want to live. They got a different type of mentality. They think solutions-based. They think more opportunity. That's why when people go down to Miami a lot of times to visit, they be like, oh, man, I don't want to leave. Because you're inspired by your environment. Everybody driving nicer cars, luxury cars. It's not uncommon for you to see a G-Wagon all the time on every other corner out in LA. It's not uncommon for you to see a G-Wagon on every other corner out in LA. The mentality of the people are different where you live. And that's why I say when you're younger, you need to go and spend more time out and about and seeing things. And it doesn't have to cost you a lot of money. It doesn't have to hit you. Somebody said with no savings. I cannot stress this to you guys enough. And this is why y'all need to get outside instead of just looking at what other people say on the internet. It's a lot of people getting a lot of money outside. They do all kind of professions and businesses. Everybody not broke. Everybody is not suffering. Everybody is not trying to figure it out. It's a gap. It's a massive gap between those people that think that everybody is dusty and the people that really got money. Man, listen, you need to go somewhere where people going to pop out and they're going to show you something, where they not worried about paying their rent. It's a lot of people getting a lot of money outside. They getting bags, bro. I'm telling you. Everybody, listen, y'all on the side of the internet where the people is dusty and they keep complaining and talking into their phone about how they ain't got no jobs, how they ain't got no education, how they ain't got no degree. When I go out to DC, you know why I like going to DC? Because everybody in some way, shape, or form, in most instances, is making a move and getting some money. People working for the government. People are starting their businesses. They doing all kind of stuff here. They doing all kind of stuff there. Man, listen. You can go into a room in some of these cities. You go shopping in some of these places, and these people ain't tripping. They not tripping off no money. They not tripping off of no $1,300 gym shoes, sneakers to go work in. They not tripping off of buying a $2,500 hoodie. They buying it because they just like it. They not tripping off the name. It's people out here that's really getting to it. Y'all got to broaden your horizons because you are impacted and you are being restricted based off of what you hear people talk about. That's what I was talking about on the internet as far as relationships. And I said, I'm beyond this because I hear people saying talking points on the internet, and that's cute for the internet. But in real life, people is out here having a good time. They meeting people. They don't have no problems finding relationships. Real talk. When I was in DC and I went and got I usually always buy something to wear for that night. So that morning or that afternoon, I go out and I buy something for the night, right? And I didn't realize that they had two different Tyson's malls. Kind of like here in Metro Detroit. We got Somerset Mall, but they got two different sides. It's a side, they got all of the super luxury, not the outlet, but the Polo Ralph Lauren, the Louis Vuitton, the Saks, all of this type of stuff, right? And so they got that on one side, the Bottegas, all of that, right? And then on the other side, they got like the food court and Nike and JD Sports and, whatever the normal stores are. And it's the same way over in DC, except over in DC, you can't just cross over a bridge to get there. You pretty much got to drive or you got to take an Uber. So I go to the high-end part, then I go over to the other side. That's when I went and got my Levi's. And then I went back to the high-end part. And so I'm in a Gucci store, and it's a guy that got the same book bag. He literally had the same book bag as me. He had this one. But it was like pink at the top, and then it changed colors at the bottom. And I'm like, damn, that's so sweet. That's so sweet as hell. And so he had on these shoes, and they was Balenciagas, but they no longer sell them in the stores, right? You either got to get them online where, a second authorized retailer or something like that. I'm like, dog, what are those? I didn't know what they was. And I will admit, he was a little bit sassy. I don't know what's wrong with all of these gay guys dressing super sweet. But when he opened his mouth, he wound up being super sassy. He said, oh, these Balenciagas. He said, these Balenciagas. I said, oh, they don't sell them in the store. Because I had just came from Balenciaga. He said, oh, no, I got these in 2023. I said, yeah, those is dope, man. He said, thanks. Thank you. And he was in there busting down a bag. They knew him. Oh, welcome. Welcome, sassy man. I don't remember what his name was. He didn't tell me his name, but I didn't hear what they said his name was. So I'm going to just give him a name. Hi, welcome, sassy man, to the Gucci store. How's everything going? Hello. And I realized his little boyfriend was over there in the corner. I said, oh, okay, I see y'all. What's my point is that there's people busting down a bag everywhere. Everywhere. People got money. Straight people, gay people, older people, younger people. They all are you got to get out of your comfort zone, bro. When you go over to Los Angeles, or not even Los Angeles, if you go over to California, or you go over to some of these places and you see some of these houses and you realize, wait a minute, that house is $15 million. That house is $20 million. That house is $30 million. That basic house over there is $7 million. That shack over there that look like a box, that house is $900,000. You got to think differently about living on the beach in some places. Real talk. Those houses be insane, insanely expensive. When I was in La Jolla, I stayed in a house. I said, I had to pull it up on Zillow to see what the value of the house is. I said, wait a minute, this house is $15 million? That man, they paid this much in property taxes? No wonder they charging me $10,000 a week to stay here as an Airbnb. No wonder. And it was beautiful. 3 levels to the top, plus a walkout, big old pool, barbecue area, overlooking both the city and the ocean, and they willing to pay $15 million for it. And you realize, you say, wait a minute. We arguing over $300,000, $400,000, and $500,000 houses over here, talking about an affordability crisis. Ain't no affordability crisis over here. Then you unlock something in your mind and you say, well, wait a minute. If they're able to do it, how did you do it? And you start asking questions. You start networking a little bit more effectively. You start asking questions, and then that's when you realize that's not even nothing. That's not even nothing. Now, I'm not telling y'all to jump out the window and try to buy a $15 million house, but what I am telling you is that our goals are too low. We're limiting ourselves based off of the environment that we were raised in. You have to see something different to unlock something in your mind that forces you to do things differently to get some money. Everywhere, that's what I'm saying. Everywhere got bread. Man, you pull up here, in some of these places, they got Lambs, Bugattis, any kind of car you can think of. They got it. They got it. No matter where you go, is money. Is money somewhere. No matter where you go. We keep limiting ourselves, and I don't understand that. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of these cash apps and super chats, and then we're going to get it popping with the show. You got to unlock your mind, man. You don't even realize what you can afford until you can afford it. Mike That Dude, what up to Mike That Dude? I appreciate you. Thank you for holding me down, Mike That Dude, always. Spencer Campbell, I appreciate you, Spencer Campbell. Thank you, my friend. What up, Spence? Thank you to all of the cash apps. High Tolerance. What up, High? High in the building. Says blessings AD and the Chasers. If you haven't, check out Brandon Tatum's 20 versus 1 on Jubilee. Sassy, Liberal, Maddie, and Septum Ring Energy. What's up with these new ninja sayings? Appreciate you instead of saying thank you. Is it pride? No, I think it's just more about slang. I did see that pop up on my algorithm. I don't like to watch Jubilee because I think that they're very restrictive in allowing you to be able to review their videos. So anything that I don't have the option to review a video for, I tend not to watch it. Anything that I can't talk to you guys about, something that I drew from the video, I just be like, I'm not going to watch it. It is what it is. Just Christian Black. Shout out to my dog, Just Christian Black. I appreciate you. Wesley Turner says, how did people come to love socialism so much? It's called laziness. It's called laziness. The American dream ain't dead. It's just dead for people that are lazy. TS Car Wash and Detail Service says, is Kawhi a top 5 or 10 small forward ever? No. He could have been if he'd have stayed healthy, but I would say no. Absolutely not. He hasn't played enough to compete against people to be able to consider himself to be top 5 ever. Top 5? Nah. David Miller says, What you think of all of the Islam stuff coming to the U.S., and how would you deal with it? David, you know what's so interesting about that question? We are numb to it. Some people reach out and they say, Anton, how come you're not covering everything that's in Dearborn? Because I live here. And we've been kicking it with people that are Arabic and Chaldean our whole lives. They're integrated into the culture. They just like black people here in Michigan. So y'all from out of state discover, oh man, they got Dearborn, Michigan, they got West Bloomfield. There's a bunch of Chaldeans, there's a bunch of Arabic people over there. And, you know, they got buildings in both Arabic and English at the same time. And we'd be thinking that, looking at y'all like, why y'all acting like y'all discovering something new? This hasn't been around for decades over here. I've never not, in my 44 years on this earth, to where I've been able to go outside and have a conversation, not known Arabic and Chaldean people to be integrated into the Michigan economy. So a lot of people are discovering it because of social media for the first time, or they'll see somebody come over here and do a video in the documentary. And we like, why are they acting like this is so crazy? And this is because this is just a part of the culture here. This has not been anything new. And somebody says, until they try to kill you for being a Christian. I hate to say this, but I'm going to just tell y'all, and I'm going to keep it real with y'all. They don't give a F about what nobody's talking about. And ain't nobody in Michigan trying to blow nobody in Michigan and kill no Christians. I'm going to keep it 100%. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. When y'all see all of these Islamic attacks, that happens in New York. That happens in places like that. That don't happen here in Michigan. They look at this as they home. If you go over to Hamtramck, they all the way over in Hamtramck too. They not tripping off of none of this. You don't realize that a lot of these people over here actually voted for Trump. Trump stomped in Hamtramck. That was the first time that I actually met Trump in person, was in Hamtramck during the election. Nobody is even caring about that. They got dealerships, restaurants. They got Hellcats. They just like black people. They literally like black people. And so that's what I'm saying. Y'all can't go by what y'all see on social media. You have to actually see it in real life. I'm lying? Okay, bro. Okay, cool. I live in Minneapolis and speak with them. Nigga, I live in Michigan. What does that have to do with what happened here in Michigan? What are you talking about? There's a video on the internet of Muslims attacking Christians in Michigan. Yo, man. Go touch grass, bro. Go touch grass, man. Real talk, go touch grass, bro. Somebody said the Mexicans are moving to Detroit. They already here. We got Mexican Town. It's literally Mexican Town here. Anyways, let me answer some more of these super chats. Dress Christian Black says that parking lot scene from Baby Boy still applies. There are people moving around outside, getting to the bag, while others is crying online and are the ones standing around being broke. That's a fact. TS got a few super chats here. Says thoughts on Forbes top 10 highest paid streamers. I don't know how. Forbes is speculative. It's speculative. And so they don't know. They have no clue who makes what. Because the real actual top streamers is not even on that list. It's some people that are the top streamers that are not on that list. Yeah, AD Kawhi is top 10 small forward of all time. Stop it. Nah, I don't think so. You can't name 10 small forwards better than Kawhi of all time. I will have to look it up because we in a positionless NBA nowadays. Let me see. Oh yeah, he don't even come close. Not even close. Not even close to top 10. You got to move out Larry Bird. Hold on, let me see something. Let me look at some of these people. You got to move out Larry Bird, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Julius Erving. People forget about him. Scottie Pippen, Elgin Baylor, James Worthy, Clyde Drexler, Grant Hill, and no, he wasn't better than Grant Hill in my opinion. Come on, man. There's too many people in this list. Too many people in this list. Carmelo Anthony? No, he's not better than Carmelo Anthony. He wasn't better than Tracy McGrady. He wasn't. Not at all. Nope. I'm not putting him ahead of none of those people. So, no, the answer is absolutely not. If Grant Hill hadn't got injured, it'd have been it. So I could take Grant Hill out of there. But it's too many other small forwards that's better than him. Clyde Drexler, that's the truth. A lot of people got a ring. John Sally got like 6 rings, 7 rings, 8 rings. Paul Pierce is better than him. That's a fact. Paul Pierce had a way better career. But we're not going to make this a basketball conversation. We could talk about that on After Hours. Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel. He says stop. Stop what? Stop telling you the truth? Kawhi Leonard is not better than Melo. Stop. Kawhi Leonard is in no way, shape, or form better than Carmelo Anthony. Stop it. He hasn't even had a career where he hasn't been injured enough. Just stop, bro. Just stop. Y'all got to stop, bro. I'm not going to argue with y'all this morning about y'all foolishness. Yes, LeBron is a small forward. He's not. He's not better than Melo. Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel. All right. Well, I guess we are going to start a basketball conversation, huh? All right. We'll get there. Since y'all want to battle, y'all want to talk this nonsense, y'all don't want me to have no voice, cool.
They were staples of the community, with some being in business for decades. But tonight, small business owners in Eagle Rock tell us hefty rent increases are forcing them out. Good evening once again. I'm Annabelle Sedano.
I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. Colleen and Michael are off. NBC4's Lolita Lopez joining us live from Eagle Rock with more on her conversation with a now former bookstore owner.
Somebody said finals MVP don't mean nothing. Chauncey Billups won a finals MVP. Come on, man. Listen. We're going to stop. Stop it. Stop it, bro. Chauncey Billups won a finals MVP. It doesn't mean he's a top point guard of all time. At all. Y'all don't understand history. Y'all don't get basketball. Y'all don't. I'm not going to sit here and argue with y'all about this. I'm not today. Kobe Bryant said that T-Mac and Melo was one of the hardest people that he's ever had to play against. One of the hardest people that he's ever had to play against.
They were staples of the community, with some being in business for decades. But tonight, small business owners in Eagle Rock tell us hefty rent increases are forcing them out. Good evening once again. I'm Annabelle Sedano.
I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. Colleen and Michael are off. NBC4's Lolita Lopez joining us live from Eagle Rock with more on her conversation with a now former bookstore owner. Lolita.
Jonathan and Annabelle, that bookstore owner from Red Book, said he was in the same location right here on Eagle Rock Boulevard for 19 years. But recently, when there was a rent increase, he said he just couldn't afford to stay.
We thought there was a need for a used bookstore in Eagle Rock.
Jeremy Kaplan used to run his bookstore out of this location on Eagle Rock Boulevard since 2007. He says as of June 1st, he is no longer in this space after his rent increased from $1,200 to nearly $3,000 a month.
Over double rent.
He says he had been renting this location on a month-to-month basis for years. He adds when the former property owner died, he received a notice from the new owner in February that his monthly rent would increase.
Before that time, had you had any type of increases at all?
Yeah, we had a couple of small increases over the years.
His business is not the only one in his neighborhood that has shuttered following similar circumstances. He and other business owners have now formed the group Save Northeast LA Shops.
I found at least a dozen businesses this had happened to along Eagle Rock, Colorado, or York.
And these are different property owners?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes some places might have been owned by the same property, but in general, it's different real estate companies.
Many of our small business owners are really facing a lot of pressure right now.
John Paulin is an attorney with the nonprofit public interest law firm Betzetic and is working with Jeremy. He says commercial tenants don't have a particular protection given to some residential tenants.
In some residential areas, there's rent control. But in California, there is actually a law passed that makes commercial rent control illegal.
You're not going to get anything given to you in this lifetime, and everything is constantly changing. Meaning that the death of the previous landlords who may have been your friend is they don't care about that no more. The new landlords, especially if they big equity or if they're a large company, they operate by numbers. They are not trying to know you. They don't want to understand you. They're not trying to understand what your situation is, what type of business that you're trying to open up. They don't care anything about that. The only thing that they care about is the bottom line. Small businesses are the lifeblood of most small economies, right? And you have to have a mixture of small business and large businesses in big economies, in big cities. So, for example, if you go out to a suburban area where they have a small downtown, you're going to have a bunch of little small businesses. It's going to be nice. They're going to have a market. They maybe even have a Saturday market or something like that. And you'll be able to get away with that because they spend a lot of money on property taxes and the values, and they want to keep it quaint. And they've even been in a space to where if they see a big retailer or a national retailer try to move into the city, they'll push them out, right? They don't allow for certain gas stations. There's a dividing line. A dividing line is crazy between here in Michigan, between West Bloomfield and Farmington Hills, right? So I'll show it to you really quickly. A big dividing line. So right here, let me take this off my screen real quick. So right here, where one of my favorite restaurants, J. Alexander's, is, when you're going up Northwestern Highway, which is the Lodge Freeway. The Lodge Freeway goes all the way down into Detroit down here, okay? This is Detroit. You jump on the Lodge, which is M10. It's this freeway that go all the way up here. You go through Detroit, and then eventually you go through Southfield, and if you keep going, it's going to turn into Northwestern Highway. This is Northwestern Highway, okay? It changes from a freeway to just a regular road right here. two-way road. Now that's when you're going to start going past the Franklin Athletic Club, and you're going to come to a stop right here. And this is where you're going to have basically the dividing line between West Bloomfield and Farmington Hills. Now, both of them is in Oakland County. All right? Both of them is in Oakland County. You're going to have a bunch of high-end restaurants, a Whole Foods over there. You're going to have a bunch of stuff over here, right? This is J. Alexander's, the Whole Foods, right? PetSmart, all of that crap. You have it all out there. And if you cross over this street on Orchard Lake Road, which this is a very high-end area, and you go over here and you keep going down and you go down past this little turning medium, okay? If you go past and you keep going down, you'll start to see a McDonald's right here. See the McDonald's? And you'll start to see other fast food restaurants and stuff as you go further down. But if you head back over to Orchard Lake Road, you're not going to see a McDonald's at all. You're going to see a new recent developed apartment style place over there. You're going to see the Ferrari dealership. They just tore down a major bookstore and built a Tesla dealership over here, right? This is where they built the Tesla dealership that's now up and running. You can go down further. And it's a point that I'm making here. You're going to see more high-end restaurants, banks. It's going to be very busy and so on and so forth, right? And then you go even further, you'll see urgent cares and all of this stuff. Guess what you don't see on this street, on this side? You'll see a jewelry store, Tappers, that's where I buy a lot of my Rolexes from over there, right? You'll see middle schools. You'll see more restaurants and stuff over here. But you will not see a fast food place on this side of the street. They are adamantly against fast food. Prime 29 is there. Yep. Nope, the Ferrari dealership is still there. Prime 29 is still, in this particular area, you are not going to see a McDonald's, any of that type of stuff ever pop up over there. And they are very careful not to allow, and they make sure that they curate that over there. And they are very, 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 very vigilant about not allowing for certain businesses to exist there. They even have a limited amount of gas stations that they're going to allow to continue to be in that area. Ain't no payday loan places. Ain't no check cashing places. Now, to be honest, to be clear, Farmington Hills is not a bad place to live at either. It's very nice. It's very chill. It's very cool. If you want to go and get your hair care products, you got to go over to Pontiac. Got to shoot over to Pontiac. You're not going to get them over there. You got to go over to Pontiac. They got golf courses, country clubs over there in West Bloomfield. It's just the way that it is. And you got to have money in order to run up a bag over there. That's when you turn down and you go down Pontiac Trail, you're going to see one of the biggest houses in Michigan literally being built over there. But they will not have any fast food restaurants on that particular street. And that's just the way that it is. And so certain people has been afforded, because they have the resources and the money and an organization to be able to have power and sway, and they participate in a community. They determine what happens and if big business or small businesses or corporate entities can move around the way that they want to move around. Big businesses, corporate entities, they don't look at you as a person, as a business owner. They look at you as a number. No Nikki D's out there, Tim. What you know about Nikki D's? What you know about Nikki D's? They look at you as a number. If you go and try to rent out a house and lease out a house, right, from one of these large corporate-owned apartment buildings, when you go and do your tour, they may make it seem like they're looking at you as a person, but they trying to get them numbers up to be above 90% so that they can ultimately sell the building or be able to go to the bank and say, hey, we got 90% or more occupancy, and this is the real value of the apartment building, and so we need to pull some money out of here, or they'll be able to sell it at a premium price. When you're dealing with a person, individuals that own it, you able to call the landlord. You're not getting to a company. You're not doing none of that. They're going to set the rent as the new owners, the new business owners, as whatever the market rate is. They don't care that you're just a bookstore and you can't make $2,300 a month in order to do rent. They don't care about that. You know what they care about? The number. That's it. They only care about the numbers. So what's happening in Los Angeles is a tale between two worlds. In Los Angeles and in that greater area, the smaller business owners, right? Because in major cities, you need a combination of both. You need a combination of big, large-scale tenants, like we got the Cosm being built. We got General Motors has moved into their new headquarters. You got Aloe just moved into the same building as General Motors. You have the Gucci store that's right up the street. You have large-scale people that are willing to build and occupy. Major hotel chains are being built. The new JW Marriott is going to be there right downtown. You need to have that, and then you combine it with smaller business owners, but they don't have that right now in LA. They only have pushing out of the smaller because they're making it unaffordable, but then at the same time, they're not balancing the scales to make sure that they have a good entity. Yeah, you got Apple, they just moved in, right? Apple just moved in downtown Detroit. Google is downtown Detroit. All of that type of stuff. You want to have a good combination of both, but you don't want to have one without the other. So now you're going to have all of these small business owners being pushed out. And unless you live in one of these quaint areas or an area with a little bit more money, you have to have a combination of both big and small businesses. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a membership to Cosm. They only selling them for $1,500, but I don't really know what the value of it of getting a membership is. But we'll see.
And is an attorney with the nonprofit public interest law firm Betzetic and is working with Jeremy. He says commercial tenants don't have a particular protection given to some residential tenants.
In some residential areas, there's
Joe Louis
rent
Kitchen.
control.
I like Joe Louis Kitchen. They moving right next to Club Blue and Gillies. It's gonna be dope.
But in California, there is actually a law passed that makes commercial rent control illegal.
He tells us regulations under California's Senate Bill 1103 that went into effect in 2025 do offer some protections to commercial tenants. For example, the bill requires longer notice of a rent increase and termination of tenancy. But he says
it just extends the period. It doesn't prevent landlords from, hiking up the rents.
Jeremy tells us he reached out to the new.
You shouldn't be able to tell a landlord how much he should charge for rent. That's not how it goes. You got to negotiate based off of the leverage that you have. I know that I'm a valuable tenant in this space until I actually build my permanent space that I'll probably be streaming out of. And so I've been hunting for land with that and all of that type of stuff. But because I know that I'm valuable here, I'm able to negotiate not only how much I'm paying here, for how long I'm going to pay it, but also how many parking spots I want. The whole 9 yards. You don't need to be going to blue. Ain't nothing that blue.
Owner and a representative of the realtor group that manages the property to appeal the rent increase. He said a spokesperson did meet with him, but the situation did not change. NBC4 reached out to the management group representing the property to ask for comment on this story and did not receive an immediate response.
Yeah, and Jeremy believes that small businesses are really the culture of neighborhoods and communities. He says he has heard from people and small business owners from as far as San Diego that have had his similar circumstances. And he says his groups are looking at different options, including legislative ones. The attorney is telling us that they are working with small business owners to help them and guide them through different things, including potential new leases. Live in Eagle Rock, Lolita Lopez.
I want to move over to Nantucket really quickly.
That's NBC4 News.
Once was a sign in Nantucket, and it told influencers to shove it. A sign reading "No influencers" generated some controversy online, mostly, obviously, among influencers. You see it there in the Four Winds Craft Guild store on the vacation island. It has picked up some traction among a group of influencers who are upset. Some are calling it anti-women. Influencer Paige Lorenz, who has a shop nearby, says if you call yourself a feminist but proudly put up a no influencers sign, it's worth asking who you are attempting to delegitimize and why. She adds, the influencer industry is mostly women-driven, women creators, with another one calling it, quote, icky. Finally, one influencer says, look, these people...
I hate the term influencer. I hate the term influencer. It is so trash to me. If your entire decision of where you gonna visit or what you gonna buy is based off a hype beast or based off of what somebody else says, when you don't even realize that they're being incentivized to push that type of stuff out to you, then that's crazy. I hate the whole word influencer. Because it's fake. It's so fake. A lot of people go and visit places only because they seen somebody else do it on TikTok.
Who have followings can help small businesses get a ton of exposure and reach customers. Kind of a weird move. Shop owner says this was all tongue-in-cheek, saying he's not actually anti-influencer. Says some influencers have just been behaving badly in the shop. He says they don't care about the history, they don't want to buy anything, they just want to use it for content. Saying sometimes people come in and start filming without saying anything at all. He says, quote, just bleep and talk to me. Many places. Man, I felt so much like my middle school self in that moment.
I just think that we need to get back to, well, maybe we're not going backwards. Nobody is ever going to change. Nothing is going to be any different. We're not getting back to anything. What's going to continue to happen is the true luxury in life is going to be where you don't record. I've gotten so used to not having my phone out or to not record when I go outside after I get offline to where I feel weird sometimes, and I have to catch myself when I see people pulling out their phones or pulling out their devices to record people without their permission. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of y'all super chats. Play the clip of Nightcap saying Kawhi is top 10. I'll think about it. Let me look into it. Andre Iguodala has a Finals MVP. We'll talk about it towards the end of the show. And that is true. He does. Thoughts on Ross's new 670 unit project? I don't know what Ross got going on, to be honest with you. I have no clue whatsoever. Kimberly Howie says, good morning, Anton. Red and purple grapes have natural melatonin, will help you sleep. Is it chamomile tea with honey will help you sleep, will help with sleep and your voice. I love you deep. I love you way more. I love you way more, Kimberly. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, my baby. Thoughts on the movie Your Mother being filmed at the Promised Land? I don't know anything about it. I'm not familiar with it. Wyatt B says, just got my 6,000 square foot building flip from commercial to residential. Let's go. 4 apartments, no loans so far. Run it up, Wyatt. Yeah. Donnell says, AD, are you familiar with the sports trading card market? The movement is becoming a new asset class with whales like Kevin O'Leary in the space. I am familiar with what's going on with it, and I will say this. Whenever I start to see mainstream people participating and promoting it, that's when I know it's time to take my profits and get out. Now, I'm not invested in it, but I'm just giving you some insight. Whenever I start to see people get into the space and it starts to become heavily promoted, I know that it's time to get out. The sneaker market was phenomenal. The sneaker game was phenomenal until everybody started to try to become resellers, and then everything crashed. It's like that with everything. Anytime you start to see the hype beast behind it, then it becomes trash. I think that it's time to get out. TS says, I meant thoughts on Forbes top 10 podcasters. I could pull it up. Here, let me pull it up. I know you want me to pull it up, so let me check it out. Forbes highest paid podcasters of 2026. When Jay Shetty started his podcast on purpose in 2019, he remembers people telling him he was too late. Medium was already saturated. People always gonna say that. People say that all the time with everything. It's too saturated. It's too saturated. You just don't know what you're doing. With little room for growth, and he wasn't he really just a content creator. 7 years later, the 38-year-old self-help guru hosts one of the most popular podcasts in the world, not only competing with the biggest TV, radio, and internet native talk shows, but blurring the lines between them entirely. Just as many people watch his lengthy interviews with celebrities, including Michelle Obama and Matt Damon, on YouTube as listen to iHeartMedia Network distribution deals that Forbes estimates paid Shetty $21 million over the past 12 months. And when those deals expired this year, Shetty landed a new kind of contract in which the audio and video of his show not only will be distributed by Spotify, it will also stream on Netflix, with the two companies combining to pay him an estimated $100 million over the next 3 years. That's impressive. What's the list? Because Forbes want me to pay to see the rest of it. Is this the list? Joe Rogan at $82 million. Is Joe Rogan getting $82 million? John Coogan and Jordy Hayes. Stephen Bartlett. Stephen Bartlett is the guy that do the business podcast. Ashley Flowers, Will Arnett, Jason Bateman, and Sean Hayes. Mel Robbins, Travis and Jason Kelsey. Alex Cooper, Pod Save America, and Charlemagne the God. And then they got Joe Budden down here at 20 M's. Yeah, all of this is estimated, bro. All of it is estimated. Which, I'm pretty sure that all of these people is getting to the bag. Dax Shepard getting $25 million. Amy Poehler, 24. Bill Simmons, 22. And then Joe Budden is 20. A lot of people are mad because they don't see a lot of black people on this list. Really, that's what it's coming down to. A lot of people are mad that they don't see a lot of black people on this list. Yeah, the Diary of a CEO. That's what his name is. And I think that probably, the Call Her Daddy chick is getting 32 M's? Nonsense. The Call Her Daddy chick is getting 32 million? From where? Where's she getting it from? Good for them. Let me give them a round of applause. Good for them. Let me give them a round of applause. But again, let me tell you what I take away from this whole situation. This is what I take away from this list. I take away from it that most of us are too busy focused on low-hanging fruit. Because we spend more time fighting, cussing, arguing, instead of better understanding exactly how you can get to the bag. And this is why you will very rarely see a certain group of people ever get to a certain level. Just keeping it 100 with you. I don't look at this and say, oh man, Joe Rogan, 82 million, John Coogan, Steve Bartlett. I don't look at this list and say any of that. You know what I look at this list and say? I look at this list and say, they figured out how to develop a major fan base. We figured out in a lot of instances that they've been able to tap into parts of the culture. But guess what we haven't figured out? How to get to the money. We have some incredibly talented people that, in my opinion, I haven't seen some of these people, but in my opinion, are way better than Amy Poehler or Alex Cooper on Call Her Daddy. We have way more talented people out here in the world than some of these people that are on this list. But instead of us asking the right questions and saying, well, how are they getting to the money? And how do we put ourselves in a position to be more successful? And why should we rebrand ourselves? We don't say that. We say, no, let's beef. No, let's go at each other. No, let's spend more time focusing on the low-hanging fruit. I see a crabs in the barrel mentality on YouTube. I will, Chris. I see a crabs in the barrel mentality on YouTube. But the reason why we will never be able to break certain barriers, in which I'm trying my hardest, I am trying my hardest to break away, and over the next 3 to 4 years, transition into a whole new space, rebrand myself into a whole new person, to where I can get a way bigger bag, because I don't even think that the money that I'm making, I make a really good, nice amount of money. I don't believe that I make enough. So we spend more time focusing on the things that we don't like about each other, and we have a crabs in the barrel mentality, and people are going to continue to, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't think that this list is right. Oh, I know I'm better than most of these people on this list. I know that I can carry conversations better than most of the people on this list. I know that I am absolutely, as a content creator and a podcaster or whatever, I know that I'm better than some of these people on this list, because I've watched some of this stuff, And I'm not impressed with some of it, but it appeals to and it reaches the masses. They are appealing to the most. They're not trying to just limit themselves to a small portion of the internet that continues to fight with each other. It's crabs all in the algorithm. It's crabs all in the algorithm. 1,000%. 1,000%. And I'm determined to break through. Oh, yeah. I don't think that this list is correct anyway. You missing Candace Owens. Ain't no way in the world you're going to tell me that Candace Owens don't get way more money than a lot of these people on this list. And ain't no way in the world you're not going to tell me that Tucker Carlson probably don't get way more money than most of these people on this list. Candace Owens got to be on here. Somebody said AD wants to cross over. Oh, that's a fact. I don't want to. I am. I'm 1,000%. The question that we have to ask ourselves is, as I grow and as I build my platforms, will I be able to cross over and still remain independent? But I'm absolutely 1,000%. Within the next 5 years, I'm looking to cross over 100%. I'm building my friend groups. I'm connecting with certain people. I'm in certain rooms, shaking hands, but I'm not taking no deals. I'm building up certain repertoire, getting away from certain things. Absolutely, I'm ready to cross over. Absolutely. I'm 1,000% ready to cross over. Why would I want to still stay in the hood? Somebody says I will be canceling my YouTube premium when he cross over. See, that's the type of mentality. See, Brownie Williams didn't say, oh man, I will be so happy for you once you broke the threshold because now you kicking the door down for everybody else. They said, nah, I don't want you crossing over. I'm telling you, people want you to stay in the same spaces that you've been. They don't want you to change. They don't want you to evolve. They don't want you to do any of that type of stuff. They want you to chill. They want you to stay right where you are. No, you have done enough. Anton has been claiming to have deals for years. When will they manifest? I can take a deal tomorrow. Why would I sell myself short? Listen. I don't want a deal in the way that you think a deal is supposed to go. I don't want to be controlled by Netflix. I don't want to be controlled by Amazon. I don't want to give up my IP. I don't want to be in a 360. I want to maintain complete ownership and creative control, and at the same time tapping into the advertising dollars. And I don't want to give up nothing. I get gambling deals. I get all kind of deals every day. It's not right. It's not right, bro. The paperwork, the opportunities, it's not right. It's not right. I'm not just going to sign it away just to get $1. I'm not going to do that because I'm not broke. So I don't have to take anything that anybody offers me just because that's what the standard deal is that's on the table. I'm going to just keep working. I'm going to just keep working and I'm going to keep hustling. I'm not looking to do the same thing that everybody else do. And respectfully, why do y'all judge people based off of whether or not they get a deal? Why do y'all judge people based off of whether or not they get a deal? Is that the measure of whether or not you think that somebody is good at what they do? Why do I have to take an industry deal to be respected or to be considered a trailblazer and respected in the community? Why can't I maintain and own 100% of me, but I got to take a deal? You know what? Forget it. Forget it. I take the money that I make, and I'll just keep my integrity. If I gotta be friends with these folks, if I gotta try to do something that I wouldn't normally do in order to get a couple dollars, I don't care. You know what? I'm cool. I'm cool. We cool. Listen, I got my chasers. That's all I need. I got my chasers. That's all I need. I'm cool. I ain't trying to be like them. God bless them. I think that they awesome. I think that that's great. I'm never going to hate on nobody for getting their money and running up a bag. But I'm good. God got me, man. I'm cool. God has blessed me this far to be able to do it the way that we doing it in his way. I don't need nobody taking no piece out of me. I don't need nobody telling me what to do. And I don't need nobody's deal in order for me to be successful. I'm going to keep doing it the way I've been doing it. And I'm going to keep turning down any and everything that came in my way because it just is what it is. If I decide that I don't want to stream tomorrow and I want to stream Saturday instead, I can do that because I don't have no parameters and I don't have nobody telling me what I can and can't do. I'm good. I'm straight. We just gonna get it the way that we want to get it. If I want to cuss on Fridays, then I can curse. If I want to go off, then I can go off. Actually, I got more respect for Tory Lanez than I do for everybody else that's in the industry. So why would I do anything different than what he's already discovered? I got more respect for Tory Lanez than I do of people that sign major industry deals. So why would I do it this way? My inspiration is Ryan Leslie, Tory Lanez, and you know the like. I don't have to do it the way that everybody else do it. It's more than one way to skin a cat. We just not creative enough. We just don't think our way through situations enough to be able to have those conversations. I don't want to do nothing that nobody else does. Why would I jump into something that everybody else is trying to get out of? We good. We straight over here on this side. Make sure you hit a like for the algorithm. I pay my own people out of my own money. I got my own editors that I pay out of my own money. I got my own people that I do platforms with. We pay out of our own money. We get our own money. We get our own checks and we run it up. We do our own meetups. We link up with our own people and we have a good time. I don't feel like I need to do anything. I'm straight. Everything that look good, that glitter ain't gold, bro. So I'd rather just keep doing it the way I've been doing. They keep telling me to do that junk when it come to real estate. Man, I'm telling you, bro, I get people every day that be reaching out to me and saying, yo, why don't you come into the bank? Yo, you can expand faster. Yo, you need this money. Yo, you could do this. Yo, you could do this. Yo, you could do that. And I keep saying, nah, I'm straight. Maybe one day, but nah, I'm straight. Maybe if I see another opportunity and it makes sense at some point, nah, I'm straight. But no, I just keep on paying the bills. I just keep on building these houses. I just keep on running up a bag. I'm about to finish another project within the next 2 months. We already drywalling. We already drywalling the next project. We cool. And sometimes I'll be thinking to myself, yeah, you know, I do want to push a little faster. It would be nice to be able to push faster, but nah, I'm gonna just rock it out the way that God said do it. We gonna build it the way that He said do it, and we not gonna have nobody that we owe. We not gonna have no mortgages. We not gonna owe no banks, and we just gonna keep on doing it the way that we've been doing it. So, yeah, I'm straight. I'm good. I'm good. Everybody paid their rents 3 days ago, 2 days ago. So we good. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me see what y'all talking about. Festives says 80. Can you talk about Diane Sayre for president? Diane Sayre. What makes you think? Why you say for president?
Step up.
Let me see. I'm gonna pull her up. Diane Sayre. Do you know her or something? Look like she got to get a little bit more motion. She's trying to run for president of the United States of America?
Sayre, and I'm an independent candidate for President of the United States in the 2028 elections. I'd like you to help me with a project. The project is the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the Republic of the United States of America. This has become a challenge because it seems many Americans are not aware of why our independence from the British Empire and our military victory against the British Empire were so.
Do you want to do something really bold? I mean, as a nation, and good, like going to the moon, to do something that will change the world.
Well, you know, for me,
forever,
it's
in the spirit of President Kennedy.
And so, my fellow Americans, America, freedom of
Straight tunnel, the United States.
Listen, bro. I'm gonna make this short and I'm gonna make it sweet. I'm gonna make it short and I'm gonna make it sweet. I haven't heard of this woman. However, you gonna have to do some real work to convince me to vote for a woman for president of the United States of America. You're gonna have to do some real work to get me to vote for a woman for president of the United States of America. I'm just not there. I'm not there. Call me old school. Call me a lot of things. I am not the person that is going to is a very difficult pitch for me. Harold Barnes says eBay rocks for me over buy at, sell 10, sell for 10, buy at 1, buy at whatever, sell for 10, own 40K inventory, no debt sales, 1/4, a fourth of a million, 3 years running, need to expand. I can do a M a year with the right partner. Well, if you're already doing it, then just expand what you've already been doing. But Joe is independent. Okay, I think that's good for Joe. I don't see nothing wrong with Joe being independent. Yo, shout out to my dog, J-Dub. Whatever you decide is the next level and is best for you, I'm with it. You've shown too many receipts for me to doubt your business moves. I appreciate you and this community. Shout out to J-Dub. Shout out to the bag chasers. Shout out to everybody that's running up a bag. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. J-Dub, it does not go unappreciated. And I think I've spent you're right, I've been spending so many years showing receipts. Donnell says, gotcha, I liquidated my cards and used money towards furniture supplies for a new duplex earlier this year. I still dabble in it as a hobby, though. It's fun, by the way. Kawhi Leonard cards are trash. Just a brown girl in America. What up, Nick? Says, you shall know a spirit by its fruit. We trust whatever direction you go. What up, Nick? Kaizen says, good morning, Anton. I have a question for you. Do you think someone starting out on YouTube, would it be better to invest in a camera and a lens or just buy a tripod for my Google Pixel and use it? Buy the tripod for the Google Pixel. Do not spend a bunch of money getting into social media. I am literally live streaming on an iPhone right now. A lot of people don't know that. What you're watching me on is an iPhone. I got cameras all over this place. I got like 6, 7 cameras in here, and I am live streaming on the iPhone. So that should tell you something. Let's talk about these wildfires over in Washington State.
Nearly 65,000 families evacuated, 0% containment of these wildfires. Multiple dangerous fires are spreading across the Spokane area in Washington State. So far, officials say that more than 700 homes have been destroyed. And some of the images of the destruction that we're seeing, they're just tragedy. Watch this.
This is insane.
That's crazy.
That is what families were seeing from the water as they were trying to escape. Let's get to CNN's Julia Vargas Jones. She's on the scene in Spokane this morning. What are you hearing there today?
Okay, it's not a regular Monday in Spokane. People are waking up to see just the extent of this tragedy. As you mentioned, 65,000 residences evacuated to places like this, to shelters where they're faced with that uncertainty of whether or not they will even have a home to return to. And some of them who have been able to go and see their properties completely destroyed, engulfed by the fire and just spit out as just almost charcoal. They had really interesting insight into whether or not they could even return and build a life in these areas. Again, take a listen.
I don't think I'm going to rebuild here because I don't ever want to have to relive a fire coming up this hill again. And I've been in Spokane my entire 64 years because my little brother died in an accident when he was 6. And that's why I stayed close to my family.
It's so heartbreaking, Kate, to hear.
I ain't no way in the world that I'm coming back to a place where everything just burned down. Why do people want to rebuild? I don't understand people in New Orleans. I genuinely don't understand people in New Orleans. At some point, I'll be thinking, man, this must be arrested development. Because even when I go down to Mississippi, right? When I go to Biloxi, Mississippi, which is only like a hop, skip, and a jump away from New Orleans, and you look at the houses, and the houses are high up in the air because they want to make sure that if there is a crazy tropical storm, that it just doesn't completely, or a hurricane, that it doesn't just completely flood and wipe out whatever it is that people built, right? So if you go down to New Orleans, now, a lot of people know that New Orleans is a phenomenal place to party and catch the devil in his purest form. Let me say that again for the people in the back. New Orleans is the perfect place to party and to catch the devil in his purest form. They got voodoo. They got all kind of stuff. You can even travel all the way through another island that gets taken over by the ocean, and then the ocean subsides on it down there in New Orleans, right? And the people down there, they just like, I'm not leaving. I'm not ever going. I don't care if this place is underwater. I'm going to be underwater with it. The homes outside of the French Quarter and in certain places are literally up in the air, waiting for the next flood. New Orleans itself is under sea level. It's under sea level. There's certain parts where you can see where they built up the wall, the seawall, and the ocean is level or whatever the seawall is. And I'm like, man, y'all made it out. Y'all just so happen to make it. Those of y'all that did make it, y'all still trying to hold on to this place. Yeah, you need to just turn it into, a party city that y'all come to and party in or whatever. But somebody trying to build a life and raise a family here is crazy. It's crazy. So when you see this type of stuff happen, right, which is another reason why my home, my official home, will probably always be in the Midwest. Always. Are there other states that have better weather? Yep. Are there other states that get it popping when it comes to the cities a little bit more? 100%. Is there any place safer in the U.S. than the Midwest when it comes to stability and knowing that your home is not going to be blown away by a hurricane or some kind of natural disaster? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You got the Great Lakes. You got the largest fresh body of water in the world. No, I'm not about to do. Now, I can fly and go visit. I can go down to New Orleans tomorrow. I can go down to New Orleans tomorrow and go and have a good time. I can go out to L.A. I can go to New York. I can go down to Miami. But ain't no way in the world that I'm going to keep on rebuilding. And you know they ain't got enough contractors. It's going to take at least 3 or 4 years before you ever rebuild. And then the possibility of you burning it down again is going to come right back around. Right back around. You said New Orleans got a trance on people they can't. I believe that. I believe that. I believe that New Orleans could have a trance on people, and that's the reason why they can't escape it.
That's why I stay close to my family.
It's so heartbreaking, Kate, to hear that kind.
Somebody said winters are too brutal and y'all get tornadoes. I have never seen a tornado in my entire life, in my 44 years of living in Detroit. I've never seen a tornado in my entire life, ever. The winters are normal. It snows. They plow the streets. It be cold for a little bit. And then I decide that I want to go to Florida or California for a little while until the winter thaws. And then even then, we get distracted by football season. We get distracted by basketball season. We get distracted by all of the different parties and sports and Christmas and all of that type of stuff. And so before you look at it, it's melted. And then I travel for half of the time. I'm always going on New Year's and around Christmas time. So, and my home is still here when I get back.
Of thinking coming from these residents, we saw so many.
And let me throw something else in there. Let me throw something else in there. And this is the, can somebody else tell me what's the breaking point for whether or not I would move into a specific space? Somebody in the chat tell me what the breaking point is of determining whether or not I would move into a particular space. What's a reason? One of the biggest reasons why I would not move into a certain area. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Let me tell you something, bro. I can't move to Miami. I can't move to Florida. I can't, bro. I'm not built for it. Y'all have a different type of bug in Texas and in Florida. In California, they don't have it. That's why I think that California is more perfect. They just got bad taxes. It's the bugs, bro. It's the bugs. It's the rodents. It's flying roaches. Y'all call them water bugs. For whatever reason, I can't do it. I can't go to a place that has crazy bugs and alligators and all of that stuff. In order to build a pool, you got to basically have an enclosure in the majority of Florida. I said, man, ain't nobody about to deal with this nonsense. Bugs, you can actually hear the wings. I said, is somebody running the lawnmower? No, that's just a roach. You mean it's a roach? Nah. I can't do it. I can't do it. Texas and Florida, out of the picture completely. Purely off of those reasons alone. For no other reason than the rodents. Texas and Florida are completely off limits in permanent housing because they can't get that rodent problem under control. I can't do it, bro. Nope. Y'all can have that.
People grappling with that very decision as we drove past these neighborhoods with row after row of homes destroyed. Now, officials here from the National Guard is urging people to please be patient. It will take some time to return to their homes. There's a lot of work to be done here. As you mentioned, the fire is still at 0% containment, so there is that part of the work being done, but also clearing the roads, clearing debris for people to come back. That can take some time. Still 10,000 people without any kind of electricity around this area.
When I was living in Florida, I was about to go into like a new Airbnb or whatever. And I was about to go into it. And so I'm the type of man where I got to go and I got to set everything up before I bring the family in, right? So when I first moved to Florida, the first few days, I actually stayed in a hotel. I had rented like 3 hotel rooms, and we was basically staying on Biscayne. And that was prior to us actually moving into an Airbnb, a long-term Airbnb that was on in the whatever, what is it called? The Design District. Not the Design District, whatever. What was the first place? What is that? Let me call Rita. She'll know. Oh, shoot. Calling with the wrong phone. I'll call her in a minute. But anyways, when I first moved over there, my bad. I had called you with the wrong phone. I'm on a live stream. Hey, I got a question. What was that first neighborhood that we stayed in? What's the name of the first neighborhood that we stayed in when we was in Miami after we left the hotel? Over near the Design District, near Wynwood.
I don't remember what it was called.
Somebody just woke up.
No, I haven't been to sleep all night, actually.
Why are you still up?
I don't know. I can't sleep. It's right on the tip of my tongue, too.
The design? No, it ain't the design district.
It started with a C.
Why are you up all night?
I don't know. I don't know. It's driving me insane.
I might have to hook you up with my sleep doctor. All right, I'll call you back after I get off the live stream. The F is wrong with this sleeping? What is going on? Anyways, it was over there. But anyway, so we stayed over there for a little while. And then we was like, well, we going to go and stay somewhere else for a little bit after that. And so I go and I booked the Airbnb. And so I go and I go to check it out. And it was supposed to be really nice. I stop at the steps and I see a big old roach. And they just scattered. I said, I can't do it. Now, I stayed in Coral Gables too. Coral Gables is really nice. I stopped at the steps and they just scattered everywhere. I seen a bunch of roaches scatter everywhere. I said, I can't do it, bro. Hello. It wasn't Coral Gables. The one that we stayed in before that. That's over by the Target. Yeah. It's the Target that you used to walk to and shop at. Midtown. Good job. Midtown. All right.
All right, bye.
Bye. Midtown. It was called Midtown. Yep. Stayed in Midtown. Midtown was super nice. Everything was walkable. It was really dope. It was really busy. All of that. Then we stayed in Coral Gables after that. But before that, I had went over and checked out another Airbnb that was supposed to be really nice. I seen roaches scatter out. Soon as I stepped on the steps, I said, I'm out. I called the guy and I said, yo, I don't want to leave you a bad review. So if you could just refund me my money, we could just go ahead and call a spade a spade. He was like, all right, cool. He gave me back my money. He didn't want a bad review and we kept it moving. But it ain't no way, bro. No way that I was able to stay in that place with all of them roaches. I can't do it, man. Y'all different. Y'all Florida folks are a different breed of person.
It will be a difficult path to recovery.
And joining us right now to talk more about this is the Deputy Director for Spokane County Emergency Management, Chandra Fox. Thank you so much.
Look at all of the places on fire.
Can you just give me your assessment of where things stand this morning?
Good morning, Kate. Happy to be with you today. So this morning, we're not quite 48 hours into this incident. And as you noted, we have multiple fires burning in several locations across the county. As emergency management, we're still very, very focused on public safety. We're still working through the evacuation process, making sure that we're getting folks out of the area as needed. We did have some expansion in evacuation areas yesterday evening. So we have a little bit of an expansion on the Autumn Lane fire. It's a challenging time.
Do you have reports of anyone injured or unaccounted for?
So we have, at this point, fortunately, we've had no injuries to any of our public safety responders. We have lost some equipment. We lost, one of our fire districts lost a brush truck in the fires, I believe it was Sunday that happened. As far as loss of life, we have no information on that right now. We do have a number of missing persons reports that law enforcement is following up on. But to this point right now, we have no information on any potential fatality.
Okay, but the deputy fire chief I was speaking to for the county, he was concerned that those missing persons reports were going to start coming in since this really blew through so quickly. It started and came through so quickly. The latest we have had is that there are more than 700 homes destroyed and nearly 65,000 families have been forced to evacuate across the Spokane area. Can you give me, is that the latest numbers you have?
That's pretty much what we know right now of what we refer to as 700 structures. So that does include some outbuildings and some shops in the rural areas, but that will be, unfortunately, the majority of that number will be primary homes.
The deputy fire chief I was speaking to also just said really plainly that it's not only devastating, but also just something that he's really just not seen before, and just how fast this has moved. Can you, Chandra, just give me your sense of that, your experience with this so far, what you're hearing from people on what is unfolding?
It really is. It's not normal for us. I mean, wildfire is our primary hazard for Spokane County. We have a very risk-prone environment where it's very typical for the entirety of the county to be under some level of drought condition during the summer months. But unfortunately, this year, because we had a very warm and uneventful winter, we did not have the snowpack that we normally have. And so at this point, we're here on the 3rd of August, and in terms of fuel load and fuel condition across the landscape, we're actually about 6 weeks ahead in terms of condition. So where we're at today.
I think that the biggest determining factor for where people live and where they decide to relocate is going to be water. There's going to be access to resources, water, and removing yourself from natural disasters, in my personal opinion. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Your old videos from 3 to 4 years ago has been in my algorithm and has renewed my will to hustle and grind and get my bag up. I appreciate you, AD. I woke up early just to tell you that. Can't wait to meet you in Dallas. What up to the real life PJ? I appreciate you, big dog. I've been seeing a lot of comments on a lot of my old videos here on the Millionaire Morning Show. I have been getting a lot of comments. It's like they recommended my old videos for whatever reason. I don't know what that is. Artac says, as a Floridian, Miami got mutated bugs and mutated women. Let me say that also. I think that Miami probably has some of the most overrated women in the United States. I think that Miami has some of the most overrated women in the United States. I think that a Miami 10 is a myth. It's a myth. I think it's a myth. Because if you look at most of those chicks down there in Miami, I don't be seeing no crazy looking natural bodies. Most of them is built like ants. A lot of them have lip injections. They have a whole lot of eyelashes, a bunch of makeup, and then they pretend to be way more nicer than they really are. Miami women is some of the most overrated women that I've ever seen in my life, bro. Super overrated. It's like warm climate women are overrated, bro. They all fake. They all fake, and none of them actually is really nice looking. They wear cheap clothes. They don't really got no money. They all begging, and they all look like ants. No, it's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. Oh, I'll take a Detroit chick over a Miami chick all day long. 100%. I'll take a New York chick, a Detroit chick. I'll take a not an Atlanta chick. You might get you a we don't know if that's a girl or not. I'll take a woman from a regular woman in the country, from all over the country, before I take a Miami chick all day long. Because at least you have a better chance of her being a normal girl. I'll take a Detroit chick over a Miami chick. Detroit got some bad chicks here. Yes, and they all selling box. They all selling box. They all selling Cooter Cat. I didn't see no crazy stuff in Rio like that. I didn't. Man, listen, most of these chicks in these other countries are poor. Y'all only like them because they poor. That's it. Most of these women in other countries are poor. And that's why y'all like them, is because they poor and desperate, and because they might have a little bit of stackness. You have access because they in poverty. These hoes is toe up, man. Y'all like them because they in poverty. And it's easier access. And because they can tell your American accent, they're much more likely to be open to kicking it with you. Y'all like poor women. That's all it is. Y'all like poor hoes. Y'all like these begging chicks that's always asking y'all for some money and all of this stuff. Y'all just like poor, poverty-stricken women. That's really what it all comes down to. Anton, you love hating on Florida nature, but did you die? Almost when I see I seen the roaches. Oh man, I said I got to get out of here. Solomon says, "Good morning, bag chasers. What's up to Anton? My mom said Rita might be having sleeping problems because of perimenopause." Yeah, maybe. I ain't want to talk about that on the live stream, so I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Y'all like poor women. That's it. That's it, bro. And so they take these little chicks and they be having these little sheen dresses on, and you think they bad. I don't like poor women. I like women that look classy. Like, that look like they got a halfway decent dress on. Don't have to be expensive. It just got to be nice. And I also say that I like black women, so that's another factor. Y'all like anything that look like it got a slanted eyes on it, or it may be foreign. Anybody that talks different and it don't look like you is what you interested in. That's why y'all like white women so much. Y'all will take a fat white woman over a stacked black woman any day of the week, because you think that the pink box, and it's all pink, but it's not pink on the outside sometimes, but you think that pink box is more quality for some reason. No matter how many people done ran through it. Y'all will take anything that's different, that's different from what you grew up around. And that's just the truth. That's just the truth. Y'all take anything that look different, that's different from what you used to when you was growing up with. Nah, I'm tripping. That's damn near all that's out there in time. Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. That's true too, bro. I can't even cap. You might have a point on that. It is a lot of that out there. It's a lot of women that's poverty stricken in the United States. I don't think you like. I like all women. I have a preference for black women, but the women in Miami is fake looking. They look like mannequins, bro. They look like mannequins. Real talk. Ain't nobody dissing y'all, Pinky. I said I like y'all. And I don't want her poverty stricken. I just don't want her to lead with her career. They treat us better, AD. Go where you want it. Nah, I'm gonna stick with what I got. I'm good. I'm wanted. I'm pretty wanted where I am, and so I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm straight. I don't want to go nowhere else. I'm sure I'm cool. I'm cool on a woman. Let me see what's happening out in these streets. What else are we talking about today? Most people, I'm gonna tell you this too. Most people that go to most people that go to these other cities and stuff, you don't even really get to see who the real girls are. Somebody said Anton Chubby Chasers. I don't really care, honestly, at this point. To be honest with you, I'm not even looking at nobody. If you force me to start having a conversation about preferences in women, I will tell you that my biggest preference is that she has a good attitude and she's very nice and she's a sweet person. I ain't tripping off of none of this other stuff, bro. I ain't. I just want you to be a nice person. I want to be familiar with you, meaning that I've known you for a while, so that means that I trust you to be around me, that I can close my eyes around you, and that you're a helpful person. Other than that, I ain't on none of that. I ain't stuck on all of the pretentious BS that people focus on and they overlook the good, better qualities of people. I just like a nice, sweet black girl that has a good attitude and shows love, has a sense of loyalty that I can trust. That's it. That's it. Good character, good people, God fearing, and is a decent person. Other than that, I don't trip off of people like that. I just like good people around me. Why y'all always putting out extreme examples? AR. Can she be nice and 260? No. I don't want a woman that, that weighs more than me. Nah, listen, I'm not just gonna take any old thing now. Let's not push the limits here. However, let's say, for example, you get with a girl and she's slim or she's decent looking, you know what I'm saying? Figure, like her figure and stuff is tight. Let's say you get with a girl and her figure and stuff is tight. But then throughout the course of the relationship, she gains weight. I'm not tripping off that. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think you need to be the thing that you're looking to attract. However, I think that if you are with somebody and you locked in with them and they got all of the characteristics, but maybe they stressed out, or maybe they go through a depression, or maybe they got perimenopause, or maybe they have a child or something like that. And if they gain weight, I'm not tripping off of that. I don't care about that. Like, if I'm rocking with you, I'm rocking with you. Once I say, yo, this is it, we in, we up. Now, if you get up to 260 while I'm with you, then we just gonna have to figure it out. We just gonna have to figure it out. I'm not gonna leave you because you gain weight. I'm not gonna abandon you because you gain weight. That's just life. You may be going through something, there may be anything happening. I don't care about that. Once I'm locked in with you, I'm locked in with you. Why wouldn't she work out though, AD? Maybe she depressed at the time. Who knows? I don't know, but I'm not going to abandon you because you're going through something at all. I'm never going to abandon you just because you're going through something. So we're going to work through it. We're going to figure it out. If it take years to figure it out, it take years to figure it out. We just going to figure it out, man. Ain't nothing wrong with a couple roles here and there, I guess. We'll figure that out. Y'all told me y'all wanted me to have a conversation about this Haley Stevens conversation. This Democratic race that everybody is commenting on. Trump commented on it. I seen Bernie Sanders have a conversation about it. A lot of people having a conversation. So let's talk about it.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kelly O'Donnell in Washington.
Somebody said, what if she liberal? Nah, that's a deal breaker. If you an atheist, if you a liberal, those are all deal breakers for me. That's what I'm saying. Like me knowing you and being with you, that means that I selected you based off of things that matters, but I don't care about the superficial stuff. Now, the character building stuff and all of that matters.
Countdown is on to the biggest night left on the midterm primary calendar, with the spotlight squarely on the future of the Democratic Party as it navigates an escalating battle between insurgent progressives and more mainstream moderates. Primary voters head to the polls in a slate of key races tomorrow in battleground House districts across 5 states, governor's seats in Kansas and Michigan that Republicans are hoping to flip. And, of course, the night's marquee matchup, the Michigan Senate Democratic primary. That's where establishment-backed Congresswoman Haley Stevens is taking on progressive Abdul El-Sayed in a race that's put a spotlight on Democratic divisions, especially over the issue of U.S. support for Israel and the influence of the pro-Israel lobbying group AIPAC. Tomorrow also marks the first test this election cycle for the progressive message in a decidedly purple swing state. El-Sayed's backers say Michigan's battleground status doesn't mean he can't win in November. And speaking with my colleague Kristen Welker, Senator Bernie Sanders saying he believes the progressive message resonates with more than just progressive Democrats.
Part of the exasperation that the American people are feeling, it's not just an economy which is rigged. They're looking at a underlying corrupt campaign finance system. You got billionaires buying elections, government working for the billionaires, and ordinary people saying, we want change. And that is why progressives, Democratic Socialists are doing so well all over this country. They got an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families. They're prepared to stand up to the oligarchs. It's not just whether Abdul can win or not, beat Haley Stevens. The question is whether or not we live in a democratic society where a candidate fighting for working people can take on tens and tens of millions of dollars of AIPAC money, special interest money.
Senator Sanders is also backing progressive candidates in key House races that have also become proxy battles for the direction of the party, including Michigan's 7th and 13th districts and Missouri's 1st. Where former Congresswoman and progressive so-called squad member Cori Bush is looking for a comeback. Now, back in Michigan, the presumptive Republican nominee in the Senate race, Former Congressman Mike Rogers is looking ahead to the general election, telling Semaphore he's prepared for either Democratic candidate in November, saying, and we're quoting here, common sense over crazy is going to prevail every time. And then Abdul, referring to El Sayed, just takes it to a new level. And so whoever comes out of this, we're going to win. That's Mike Rogers. And joining me now is our NBC News team on the ground in Michigan. Shaquille Brewster is in Detroit, and Julie Sirkin has the latest from Grand Rapids. So, Shaquille, let me start with you. This is the final day of the Michigan primary campaign. What are we expecting from Abdul El Sayed's closing message ahead of tomorrow?
Well, he's telling voters that he will be the progressive fighter, the progressive candidate in this race. So you'll hear him talk about Medicare for all, for abolishing ICE, ending U.S. military aid to Israel. He's trying to say that he's the outsider in this race, and that will be the message that we'll hear at a rally that he'll have later tonight.
Bro, I am so sick and tired of the same old messages. Are these the type of messages that galvanize the Democratic base? Are these the type of messages that y'all want to hear? The same old. Man, I'm against ICE. I'm against this. I'm against that. As I get older and I become wiser, what I've realized is the candidate that I would pick has nothing to do with whether or not we espouse similar values across the board. I'm not interested in whether or not you like ICE or you don't like ICE. I'm interested in the thing that you can and can't do, because it doesn't matter about what you represent if you have no power to change it. So, and that's where a lot of people get it mixed up. They don't care. Listen to what I'm saying. They don't care about whether or not you can actually get anything done. They care about if you can give them the right talking point. Y'all not catching it. Y'all not catching it. If you have no impact on whether or not we are in a war with China or not, I'm not interested in hearing your perspective on whether or not you think we should be in China or not. If I'm voting for mayor of Chicago, I would want you to speak to the specific issues of solving for the issues within Chicago. If you are a person that's running for a specific seat in a district in Michigan, then I would want you to speak towards data centers and whether or not the people are going to be taxed and what the water problems are going to be when it comes to supplying data centers and allowing them to recklessly build in communities and displace communities and schools and so on and so forth. I don't care about what you feel like from a national political perspective if you are a local candidate that is supposed to be representing the interests of the people within that particular district or this particular part of the state. If what you're speaking to has nothing to do with what you'll have an impact in making a decision on, then I'm going to knock you down some notches because you are pandering and you are not actually a solutions-based politician. I can vote for a Democrat if a Democrat speaks to the specific issues within a specific space that has nothing to do with how I vote on a national level if you more or less align with what we're trying to accomplish on a local space. Do you understand now? So if you're just giving me random talking points that have nothing to do with the power that you have to implement change or to push through this policy that's going to impact the residents in this particular city, then what are we doing? Then what are we talking about? I am a Republican. The values that I espouse are Republican values. However, I also understand that the decisions that you make affect everybody that's in the community. So, for example, if you're more of a business-focused, moderate Democrat, similar to John Fetterman, right? And you focus on business and bringing in more resources, and having a conversation about whether or not we're going to create more jobs or you're able to get more infrastructure investment and bring in certain types of businesses, or you are proposing something, then I may vote for you if you are that versus the type of person that just gives us talking points and you don't solve for the real issues within the community. If we're not having immigration problems in Michigan, for example, then I'm not going to focus on immigration where I live at, because we are not a border. Well, we are technically to Canada, but we're not a border to Mexico. So I am willing to listen to you and listen to what you're proposing if it impacts what we're trying to solve for in the immediate and the long-term future. Do you understand what I'm saying? Of course, I'm going to lean more towards Republican values. But if what you're doing has nothing to do with generating more jobs, generating more revenue, then what are we talking about? If you don't have any power to lower the taxes in my particular district, but then at the same time you're talking about, oh man, then what are we talking about? I want you to be good at what you do and to be successful at making sure that you control the purse strings of the city. You're a city council member. I don't really care about what your thoughts are on this particular issue that don't have nothing to do with what we're doing in Detroit. And so I'm tired of people that are just using talking points that have no relevance to the people that are voting for them.
And then he'll kick off a canvas launch trying to get those last-minute voters into the polls for Election Day tomorrow. But, Kelly, I'll tell you, I had a conversation with this campaign manager earlier today, and one thing she told me that was striking, she said, quote, Abdul is the front runner in this race. They feel very...
So now what they're trying to do is take the strategy of saying, I'm the underdog in this race. You guys better get out and take care of it, because that's the popular thing to do, to say I'm the underdog. They're a part of the establishment. Oh man, y'all need to get out and really show out for me.
Confident about the momentum that they're coming into Election Day with, but she also noted the spending that he has been facing, saying that that's a historic amount of spending that they would have to overcome if he's successful. She said anything can happen when you talk about the ads that have been put up against him. I was watching television last night and I did not see any ads supporting him, but I saw a lot of ads supporting Stephen. So that will be something that they're focused on, but this campaign feels very confident that his message of being the outsider, of having campaign finance reform, that will resonate with Michigan voters when they head to the polls tomorrow, Kelly.
Somebody said, Anton, if a candidate you don't agree with paid you $10 million to endorse him, would you? No. I've never taken any money from anybody. Throughout the entire 2024 candidates presidency, it was money being thrown everywhere. And I'll tell you, and I even started having conversations and broke down when they released all of the campaign finance records, how much money was being distributed, and Al Sharpton and them taking money, Roland Martin and them taking money, all of them taking money. No, I would, because you're mortgaging the integrity of your platform to sell out. You're mortgaging the integrity of your platform. I've never taken a dime, not one dime from a PAC, not one dime from an influence, not one dime from a candidate, not one dime from anything. I've never, ever in my life taken a dime from any organization. Everything that I've ever done and everything that I've ever put up was my own money that came out of my own pocket, and I stood 10 toes on whatever it is that I said. Now, of course, there's going to be, and it's the same people, as usual, the same Dusties, the Maddies. Of course, they're going to say all this because they can't imagine not being bought and paid off. They can't imagine not taking some money. They can't imagine, oh man, this would be life-changing for me. That wouldn't be life-changing for me. It doesn't move the needle one way or another. It doesn't impact anything that I have going on whatsoever. So what are you taking the money for? What are you taking the money for? If you, I don't even understand greed. I don't understand greed because it's like, if you're already doing well, then why do you need to take more to do something that you wouldn't normally do? I don't understand greed. I don't. It baffles me because a greedy person means that you have way more than enough, but you're willing to take more to do something that you wouldn't normally do. I don't understand greed. It makes no sense whatsoever at all. So if I'm already doing well and I already make M's, why would I take M's to sell out and endorse somebody that I don't think is best for the future of the country? What are you gonna buy? What do you buy? I already got lamp. I got 12 cars. What is it else? What else do I need? All of my homes is paid for. All of my cars is paid for. I got every single thing that I could ever want up to this point in my life. And anything that I do at this point is extra. What is it that you need that you're willing to take this blood money for? That's weird to me.
What you talked about there, Shaq, reminds me, whenever any of us are on the road, we really get a taste of what voters in a district or a state are getting with all of the attention with advertising. And you can see when it's lopsided like this. You've also been paying attention to another major race in the state, and that's the one to replace the term-limited Governor Gretchen Whitmer. She's a Democrat, of course. You spoke with one of the Republican candidates in that contest, Congressman John James. What is he telling you?
Yeah, Kelly, this is really interesting because John James, he has the support of President Trump. He has his endorsement, but he is also being heavily outspent by his challenger in that race, Perry Johnson, a businessman who's trying to take the more conservative lane in that campaign. Listen to a little bit of our conversation, starting with the influence and the power of the Trump endorsement in a Republican primary here in Michigan.
The president understands how important Michigan is, which is the reason why he trusts me to help make Michigan great again.
For those who might not have supported President Trump, might not support Republicans, what do you say to them, and what are those distinctions that you draw with the president for the general election fight that you may have?
In the state of Michigan, people want to know two things. Are you a good leader, and am I for you? Well, yes, I am for you. I have the leadership to actually deliver in tough environments and circumstances, and my opponents have not had the occasion to develop the skill set to even begin to credibly talk about how to deliver on their promise.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. John James he's not saying anything wrong. He's giving the right messages. He's on the right side when it comes to being a Republican. He's endorsed by Trump. I just don't. It's something about him. It's just something about him. I don't know what it is. It's something about him. I don't know what it is, but it's just like, I can't put my finger on it. I can't put my finger on it, bro. I think it's because he reminds me of somebody. Y'all saying he ain't got no edge to him, he ain't got no mustache. I'm not going based off of whether he got a mustache or not. Not in this instance. But I don't care if he got a white wife or not. That doesn't bother me. It's just something. It's something about John James that's just like, I can't put my finger on it. Maybe he don't have a flare aid. I don't know what it is. But it's something missing there. I'm going to try to invite him onto the platform and ask him. I'm going to say, what is it about you that I'm missing? Is it something? Are you just too polished or something? I don't know what it is. Because there's nothing wrong with not having issues. There's nothing wrong with not having, y'all say, because he got two first names. Two first names. I don't know what it is. And I don't have anything negative to say about him. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Can't trust nobody with 2 first names. Y'all insane. Y'all are insane. Y'all out of control.
In his last,
it's like I want to know who you really are. Like I want to know what you really think. Don't tell me the talking points. Don't tell me the things that, you know, that resonate with the voters that y'all polled and the way that you talk. Today I think that people are looking for authenticity. People are looking for real. They not even tripping over whether or not you got a pass. They not tripping over whether or not, they just want to know that you said what you said and you mean it. And this is who you authentically are. I think that people are looking past talk. Maybe that's what I was trying to say this entire show or this entire segment of the show is that I want something bigger than a talking point. I want something more than just staying on code with the party that you represent. I want to know who you are and what you really believe, what you really represent. You like your mama? Is you and your mama beefing out? Why y'all beefed out? Because she slapped you too many times when you was younger? All right. Like, I want to know what's really happening. I don't see that. You know, I don't.
last 2 statewide elections, Congressman James lost those battles, but by closer than expected margins. His main message to folks is that he believes he's the best chance of Republicans flipping Michigan's governor's seat if he wins the primary tomorrow.
It makes it so interesting in Michigan because over time you do see both parties having their moment. And so Republicans might be thinking this is their year. Thank you, Shaq. Julie, I want to turn to you, and you've been following the Haley Stevens campaign. Talk a little bit about her closing message as voters prepare to head to the polls.
Haley, Congresswoman Congresswoman Stevens is going to tell voters she's their Midwestern gal. She's going to be at a brewery about 5 minutes from where I am in downtown Grand Rapids. She represents the suburbs of Detroit. She's in her 4th term in Congress. So voters here know a little bit about her, the fact that she's a little bit more centrist than El-Sayed. She's prioritized auto manufacturing, a big industry here in this state. She talks about affordability, pitches her message as somebody who is very anti-Trump. I got a chance to talk to a couple of voters here, and I have to tell you, Kelly, even though schools out, the universities that are typically here.
See, she's a little more interesting to me because if you notice, her weight fluctuates, which means that she be stressing out, you know. She got that neighbor next door that always call the HOA association if your grass get a little too long look on her. You know? She's the typical white woman with dark hair, probably the ugly duckling in her family in school, pursed lips. You know, white women always got them lips. They got them pursed lips when they're not even trying. Strong facial features. Bad choice of candidates.
Even though schools out, the universities that are typically here are not in session, the young voters were very excited to talk to me about El-Sayed, and I think that's where Stevens is going to have the most issues with, getting voters excited, getting Democrats excited to vote for an establishment candidate that does support Israel, that does take AIPAC money. We haven't seen that kind of candidate have a lot of success recently, Kelly, so that'll be really interesting to watch here.
And one of the things that's infusing this race that carries over around the country is this question about, is this really stark progressive message going to play in a state like Michigan? And are there more establishment Democrats that are opening up the possibility of an El-Sayed victory? What do you say?
Somebody says, I don't know what's appealing about Sayed. It's because he says the things the same. He talks the same way as Mamdani in New York. They have more of a socialist type of agenda, and they're pushing socialism. That's the new wave for Democrats right now. That is the new wave for Democrats. The new wave for Dems is extreme forms of socialism. It's how Katie Wilson got in to be mayor over in Seattle is how Mom Donnie got to be mayor over in New York. Anytime that you talk very, very socialist, communist looking type of person, then you're going to resonate with Democrats. Democrats have become so extreme that now that is the new wave. It's just the truth. Democrats said that's all of the people that Bernie Sanders is endorsing. If you notice, people that Bernie Sanders, I bet you he feel like he was born in the wrong era. Bernie Sanders believes probably that, yo, I should have been born around now. Probably feel like he could have been president of the United States with the way that things are going now. And I've always said that Bernie Sanders, as far as presidents are concerned, is unelectable because he's too extreme. Now, extreme is in. Moses, prophet, says, my curse is that I don't have a preference. So you just knocking down anything, big dog? You just taking them all comers going? That's not good. That's not good, bro. You got to have some kind of preference. Even if it's just a preference, but it's not a deal breaker, you still got to have a preference, bro. You can't just knock anything down. Let's see, let me tell you something. Not having a preference at all, that could lead into something else. Please don't forget Nightcap Kawhi at 2032. Why do you want me to review Nightcap at 2032? You gotta have some kind of preference, bro. You can't just not have a preference, because then that means that you're fluid. You don't want to be fluid, bro. You don't want to Moses, you don't want to be fluid, bro. That's not good. That's not a good look. You think Republicans are extreme, Ken? Why do you think Republicans are extreme, Ken? I would love to know what your thoughts are. Why do you consider Republicans extreme when most Republicans actually are espousing the same views as what moderate Democrats used to talk like in the 90s? Ethnicity-wise. Oh, okay. I got you. All right, that's better. Just a brown girl in America's with the five says, well, I have to go vote for Wesley Bell just to try to keep Cori Bush out. Not really excited about this. Yeah, politics is a weird place to be in. It's a weird situation to be in. Did we talk about the Seattle police chief? I don't think that we talked about the Seattle police chief over here. I need to get more sleep. Ain't no such thing as a legitimate third party, Kev. I talked about him on this channel. No, I don't think we talked about it on this channel. Yeah, I don't think we talked about it. I might have reviewed it a little bit on the other channel, but I don't think that we talked about it on this channel.
Seattle's socialist mayor Katie Wilson speaking just moments ago, explaining why she decided to force out the city's police chief amidst all sorts of backlash from activists and city leaders. Sarah Allegre reporting live in Seattle with more on this. Hi, Sarah.
Hi there, Bill. Well, many are just questioning the timing of this resignation, which came just a couple of hours after recent reports that Mayor Katie Wilson would likely fire now former Chief Sean Barnes over his limited presence here in Seattle. Now, just moments ago in a press conference, she laid out the new expectations and guidelines as the city searches for its next top cop.
I will be looking for someone who is consistently present in Seattle, keeping travel to an appropriate minimum, and who also ensures that when they are away, there is sufficient SPD leadership in town to guide our city through any emergency.
Now, this all follows days of scrutiny over the city's response to Sunday night's deadly shooting, ending with 3 dead, 4 others injured. Now, it took about 5 hours for police and Mayor Wilson to hold their first news conference following the violence, announcing a suspect was in custody. Now, it wasn't until the next day, 17 hours later, to confirm a second suspect had died and a third remained unaccounted for. Chief Barnes was also out of town at a law enforcement conference when the shooting happened. Now, he's led Seattle PD since January of last year, and according to reports, spent at least 47 days out of town this year on law enforcement conference trips and visits to his family in Chicago.
That's why he got fired. That's why he got fired. It's because every time they needed him, he was in a different place. Every time that they had a shootout, every time that they had a problem, he was in a different place. And so he was hanging out in Chicago and he was flying back and forth to law enforcement conferences. And so that's why he got fired. And let's be very clear. All right. Let's be very, very clear. Most conferences are useless. And don't nobody want to admit it because they want to continue to go on the company's dime. Most conferences are useless. Most of the things that you go to a conference for, whether you go to some kind of computer, software engineering, coding conference, or you go to a police conference, most conferences are dumb, stupid, and a waste of time and money and resources. It's an excuse to go out of town to do something that you wouldn't normally be doing. It's a reason for people to be able to have a business write-off. That's all a conference is. It is. That's all a conference is. And so most of the time, and maybe that's not for every conference, but most of the time when people say that they're going to a work conference, they just wasting money. Wasting money trying to link up with the huzz that's at the conference. Conferences used to be cool. Like they used to be a thing. It used to be like, you know, when you go out to a conference, a lot of times you had to bring back what you learned. Every time that I went to a conference on behalf of my job, I didn't learn anything. I went to the sessions just enough to be able to speak to it once I got back to work. I remember when the University of Michigan sent me to a conference. I think that was the first time that I had ever visited Nashville. And they sent me to this developer conference in Nashville. And they put me up in the Gaylord Opryland Hotel. Probably to this day, still one of the most beautiful hotels that I've ever went to in my entire life. And I spent the majority of the time partying in Nashville. I spent the majority of the time partying in Nashville. The Gaylord Opryland Hotel was awesome. Was absolutely awesome. The huzz. The huzz. And it was a great place. And I had never been to Nashville before. And I was the only person that was on the team that was interested in going, because everybody else mostly was old school, old timers that had been there for a long time. And so they didn't care about anything except for keeping their schedule the same. That's it. Even the black conference that they have out there. What's the name of the black tech conference that they really be partying at night? Somebody in the chat tell me about what the black tech conference is that everybody be stressing out and going to, and everybody be partying at. Even a black one. If you look on social media, thank you, Jesus, we didn't have social media back then. That social media was not a big deal. Everybody wasn't checking for everybody, and it wasn't so easily accessible. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for allowing me to grow up in an era where we didn't necessarily champion Afrotech. Afrotech. Every time you hear somebody talk about Afrotech, they always saying, well, you know, I mean, it was okay, but then the parties, that's what it seemed like everybody was there for, was the parties. And girl, if you're trying to find a man, make sure you go and link up with Afrotech. That's what they always say. The women be there to try to find guys that is in some kind of tech role that make a decent amount of money. The guys is there because they just trying to party or trying to figure out how to link up with the huz that's trying to finesse them out of a bag. And that's it. A lot of the girls, the real girls that work in tech in most situations, they don't even be bad like that. They don't even be bad like that. Most women, not all, most women that work in some kind of technical field in a role. First of all, most women aren't technical. So even if they work in a technical field, they may fill a technical role, but they're not technical. They can't speak to you about the back end. They can't speak to you about certain things. They can't tell you anything about machine or AI learning. They can't tell you anything about, you know, databases or standing up a server or standing up some kind of database where they can pull information from it, any of that type of stuff. Front end, back end, in no way, shape, or form. Most girls, most women are not technical enough to be able to even speak to a lot of the things that happens within the tech field. And so they fill all of the other roles. Sales, right? There's a technical sales. Scrum master. Something basic. You know what I'm saying? Something basic. But even those type of conferences, they're there for people to be able to hook up with. Now, back in the day, there wasn't really a lot of hooking up at all at conferences because mostly it was all guys there. So if you went to some developers conference or something like that, 90%, 95% of everybody that's there is going to be guys. So unless you was out in the streets at night trying to make something shake, and that's another caveat, when you try too hard, you don't get nothing. When you go out and say, hey man, let's go find some girls, it's going to be dry for you, dog. It's going to be dry for you. So most of the time back in the day, the conferences, the technical conferences, was mostly guys there going through, getting merch, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But nowadays, it's a little different. It's a little different. If you go to any of these these Divine Nine conferences, you go to a Delta conference, you go to or any of these girls that go to the conference, usually the guys are somewhere around there too. It's different now. Plus, you know where it's going to be on social media. Any event, it don't even have to be at a conference. They could do some event, some charity event. You know, if you're talking to an AKA and she like, oh my God, I'm about to go and do this charity event or whatever, or I'm about to go and take care of this, I'm gonna go and do that. The guys ain't too far away. It's guys that actually follow the pages of these women's conferences so they can know where to be at. And the chicks that's in the sororities, they not like the old school chicks that used to be in the sororities. First of all, they starting to let anybody in. They must be really, really focused on getting their dues up because they letting anybody in. It's not even the same. It's not even the same. It's a whole new world out here. And I am in the thick of it. I'm watching it in real time. I get to see it in real life. I get to pay attention and see how people are moving and shaking. And the women are different and they don't have no couth. And they change at night after they don't even really go to the classes at the conference. They just go to the conference to be out of town so that they can turn up at whatever respective place that they're going to turn up at. They just there. They just partying. They having a good time. And they linking up with the guys. The guys is linking up with the chicks. And it's not even the same no more. They different, bro. They different. They different. They letting anybody in nowadays. Oh, man. They sponsoring anybody nowadays. 100%. It's a whole new wave out there. But anyways, back to this guy. So he was out of town at the festival shooting. And so what happens is this. When you're out of town when something happens, or you're not around when something happens, you can justify it and say, well, I was at a police conference or something like that, right? But what happens is they start to go back into your history and they start looking at things that they otherwise wasn't looking at before. So then they start pulling up your attendance record and they say, well, you've been gone already 47 days this year, out of town, on company money and company dime. Then you make yourself a target. And that's what happened. That's what happened. He's out here enjoying police chief privileges, not being able to balance it effectively, taking every privilege instead of being careful. And as soon as a big tragedy happens, he just like Karen Bass. He was out of town the same way that Karen Bass was out of town during the wildfires. He was out of town. They couldn't even do a conference, or they couldn't even tell you what was going on until more than 24 hours later because he was out partying with his people.
Now, earlier this week, a reporter questioned the former chief about his travel schedule, ending in this tense exchange. Listen.
I have been here working as hard as I can for this city from the day I got here. Do you got that?
There are reports but there are reports that you are not in town often.
Their reports are wrong. Do you understand? Let's go, man.
Seattle City Council members criticized the mayor's response yesterday for forcing out the chief, saying they were not informed before the fact and are questioning her reasoning amid ongoing safety issues in the city. And they plan to launch their own review of the decision coming up in September.
This mayor has sought to distance herself from responsibility when it comes to public safety. Leadership means owning difficult decisions and accepting accountability for the consequences.
Yeah, now in the meantime, Mayor Katie Wilson appointed interim chief Andre Sales to serve on a limited basis. But guys, I want to know that this is the 5th time the city has cycled through a police chief since 2018. Back to you.
Yep, a revolving door up there in Seattle. Sarah Legray reporting live for us there today. Sarah, thank you.
9:28 right now. Thank you for joining us here on Good Day Seattle. I'm Bill Wixie.
And I'm Mary Miowski. We are following developing news. Seattle Police Chief Sean Bards is out, released from his position by Mayor Katie Wilson after Sunday's shooting at the Bite of Seattle.
And Fox 13 can now confirm through reports, 5 different sources, that is indeed the case. Let's check in with Sean Chitness. And Sean, groups came to City Hall talking to Mayor Wilson to protest this decision this morning.
Bill and Aaron, good morning. That's right. It was just a half an hour ago that we were listening to members of the black community and different organization leaders right here making it clear that they support Chief Sean Barnes and that they don't think the mayor is making the right decision. And so they had requested a meeting with the mayor. We watched them go up those elevators behind me here at City Hall. And we are just waiting to see if they are going to come back down and hopefully share with us what that conversation went like. We want to talk a little bit about what they were able to tell us before they went up there. They made it clear that they think that the chief is doing a good job. Specifically, they pointed to the World Cup and the work that went into choosing him and the relationships that he has built here. They also have talked about that community policing approach and having stability at the highest level of the department, and then of course representation and the avenues that he brought to the black community. So listen to what one of the speakers said when we brought up.
We care about representation, y'all.
Some of the concerns that have been voiced about Chief Barnes.
None of us are perfect. You know, he's a human. Maybe he spent a little more time out of town than he should have. The documentation is, I forget the time frame, but there's about 40-some days out of town. It doesn't mean he wouldn't get his job done.
Respectfully, you can't be out of town for 47 days in a top position at conferences and partying, and then you telling me that that doesn't mean he's not getting the job done. It was literally just a shooting at a festival, at a food festival in Seattle. And so while I don't necessarily care for that mayor, you just can't. You can't. You got to be visible. You got to be on the job. Nobody can advocate for your job back. And he got what he had coming to him. Hope he got all his ducks in a row. Yeah, 47 days is crazy. Bro, that is like a month and a half total of being out of town. A month and a half. Hey, make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of these soups. 4D Tough says, shout out to the gamers. What does that mean? What does that mean? I seen a guy on the internet yesterday said that you got to put down the controller or something if you want to start getting money. And I couldn't believe the amount of people that was going at him inside of the comments. He was trying to tell people that they need to put down the controllers if they really wanted to focus on going to get the money. And the people were coming after him. Shout out to my dog Diz, says the RFK impersonation had me crying yesterday. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I ain't gonna cap. That was pretty funny. Make sure you guys tap into the Patreon. Best time to join the Patreon is the beginning of the month. And let's get to it. I want to talk about, let me see, we did the Midwest, Seattle Police Chief, Wildfires, LA businesses, Forbes list, and where you live at. I want to get into Spiderman, and then I might go over the nightcap at some point. Spiderman. When this came across my desk the other day, that Spiderman had almost did $1 billion over the weekend, I was like, what?
What is happening to me? Did you miss me, Spidey?
A brand new day in the record books. Spider-Man Brand New Day has unseated Avengers Endgame as the biggest domestic box office opening of all time, earning $360 million in the U.S. and Canada this weekend, passing the Avengers' $357 million open in 2019. Globally, Endgame's $1.2 billion opening kept the record, Spidey earning just 932 million in its first 3 days.
Just. With
Yeah.
more, we are joined by film critic Dan Murrell. Not really a question, Dan, but wow.
No, I'm not going to spoil it.
All right.
Wow is right.
Yeah.
I have a saying when it comes to box office tracking and trying to see how well movies are going to do, you can't track enthusiasm. And so we knew that this was going to be a big opening weekend. A lot of people thought it might be close to Endgame, but not a whole lot of people came in saying this is going to be the biggest opening of all time. But people loved this movie. They were excited to see it. And it came down to the wire. We had to wait till the actual numbers came in, but we've got a new record.
Yeah, so when you were on with us in April, Dan, you predicted Brand New Day would be the second biggest film of the summer, but you said you didn't see it opening as high as 2021's No Way Home, given the nature of that film. Did any part of you, even as we got closer to the film's release, see this performance? And do you see this record falling anytime soon?
Well, that's the problem with making box office predictions in late April. You can't really gauge the excitement as you get even closer. And so as we got a little closer, I was definitely confident that it was not going to be the #2 movie of the summer. I didn't know it was going to be the biggest opening of all time. But, you know, they say records were made to be broken. We have another Avengers movie opening later this year. We've got another one coming not long after that. And so do I think that this will be broken eventually? Probably, but it's been a 7-year gap between this movie getting the record and Avengers Endgame getting it. That's the longest gap since 1975. So if these new Avengers movies don't do it, we could be in for a long wait.
It was a very, very, I would say it was a really good movie. I thought it was a really, really good movie. I actually went and seen it. Well, let me rephrase that. So, was that Friday? Yeah, Friday. Friday, I had bought tickets to go and see Avengers Endgame, and when I realized that it was going to be doing crazy numbers, when I went and seen the Odyssey, and I was looking up tickets to see the Odyssey, it was very hard to get tickets. I don't even remember the last time that movie theaters was so busy that it was difficult to get tickets to the show that you wanted to go to. You used to just be able to pull up and say, all right, cool. I want to go to this show. These are the seats that I want now, and just keep it moving. Now, you have to be in the apps, booking the tickets ahead of time before you ever pull up to the show, or you're not even going to get a seat. You're not even going to get a seat. So Friday, I'm looking at it a little bit after the live stream, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I might go see Spider-Man or whatever. And I couldn't really find anything, and I found something late at night. It was like an 11:30 show or something like that. And so I wound up buying the tickets, and I didn't even go to the show. Then Saturday, I went and bought a ticket, and then I wound up going at 11 o'clock at night on a Saturday because, you know, everybody wanting to see Super IMAX and all of this stuff. And I wound up checking it out. It was really, really good. It was really good. It was a really, really good show. Incredible, even. And I said, all right, okay. Okay, Hoyt. I said, okay, Hoyt. And it was a really good. But when I went to book the show, when I went to book the tickets, all of the midday shows were sold out. All of the early morning shows. When I woke up Saturday and I said, all right, let me get some more tickets. Almost all of the tickets were sold out. That's why I wound up going to a regular theater at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, it was the same theater that I was going to go and see it in. But I didn't go to the big screen. I didn't go to the Dolby Atmos, the IMAXs, all of this stuff. And I just went and got an 11 o'clock ticket. I went to the show, and it was a really, really, really good movie. And it has some really good cameos. And they mixed in the X-Men really well. Where would you rank it with other superhero movies? Dang, that's hard to say because you have to live with it. This was one of the best Spider-Mans that I've ever seen, number one. It's one of the best Spider-Mans that I've ever seen. I think that Endgame is just so good. There's only two. It's one greatest series of all time, and it's two incredible movies by default, I'm going to put over Spider-Man. I don't think anything tops The Dark Knight as a series. I don't think anything tops the Joker as a villain. And so that's always going to be right up there. Then you have Endgame. I'm sorry. Infinity War. Infinity War is better than Endgame. Infinity War is better than Endgame. I stand by that. I put my stamp on that. I still watch Infinity War today. I watch the clips on YouTube sometime. And so you got Infinity War and you got The Dark Knight with the Joker. And those are like the top. Spider-Man falls somewhere slightly below that. I didn't spoil anything. I didn't tell y'all what happened in Spider-Man. I didn't tell y'all anything about the movie. I'm just saying that I think that it was really good. I think that it was better than almost most of the stuff that I've seen this year in the theaters. And it's been a really good year for movies. It's been an incredible year for movies. Incredible year for movies. And what makes Spider-Man so awesome and so unique is not only do they have a crossover between Sony they got a really good actor in Spider-Man. Because I'm trying to be careful with my words and not to spoil it for anybody that hasn't seen it yet. I just think they did a really good job. I'll tell one spoiler, but not what happened, but I'll tell one spoiler. Something that people have been complaining about when it comes to Marvel movies. This first thing that I'm going to say is not a spoiler. It was no feminism in the movie. It wasn't about anything feminist. It wasn't anything about... I didn't spoil anything. I haven't said anything. It wasn't the same as like the Marvels and all of that stuff. It was just straight up action. Let's get to it. All of that. I think he's the best Spider-Man actor. He's the most believable. If you watch the previews, you can see that X-Men plays a role in it. The second thing that I will say is something that... Hey, Siri, stop. The second thing that I think was great about the movie, that I think that really helped the movie, is Bruce Banner. They did Hulk some justice. They did Banner some justice in this movie. You know what I don't know? I don't understand about Marvel. Why can't they just give the Hulk his own effing movie? Why is the Hulk playing a side character like these randoms, like a random super movie? One of the things that people complained about in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is that they felt like the Hulk was nerfed. When you see the way that he morphs and the details in it, oh, they did their thing. Whoever was doing their thing with the Hulk, and to do all of the animations of him changing and all of that stuff, whoever did that, they was doing their thing. They did their thing. And so I could see why the movie got legs. Is because it resonates with everybody, young, old, new. It's a good storyline, and you don't have to watch the previous Spider-Mans in order to understand it. And it's a good movie that everybody wants to see. It was a really good movie. Really good movie. They had, I can't even say no more about it. I can't say no more about it. If you're looking for a group of movies to see, go and see Spider-Man. If you're looking for something a little bit more long and maybe a little bit more gruesome, you can go and see The Odyssey. But this gives people hope that Marvel has their stuff together and that, you know, maybe they can save that franchise. Maybe they're not going to drop trash movies. Maybe Doomsday will be a halfway decent movie. I don't think that Doomsday is going to be as good as Spider-Man, personally. And I don't think that Doomsday is going to be even close. I think that Avengers Doomsday will my prediction is that Avengers Doomsday will probably be the weakest of all of the Avenger movies. I don't think that. How many Avenger movies are? Because I'm thinking of the three. I'm thinking of Age of Ultron. I'm thinking of Endgame. And I'm thinking of Infinity War. I don't think that Doomsday is going to be as good as any of those three. I wasn't even going to say the Punisher wasn't in it, but since y'all said it in the chat, yeah, they do. I like this Punisher. I can't see this Avengers being better than Infinity War. It may be better than the first Avengers, but it may not. I don't think it's going to be as good as Age of Ultron. I don't think it's going to be as good as Infinity War. And it may be better than Endgame. Endgame was not as good as Infinity War to me. But it did. It did almost $1 billion over the weekend alone.
Think that this will be broken eventually?
Spider-Man already did better than Black Panther. Listen, bro, a lot of people don't understand this. Spider-Man is like, if I could think of anybody that more or less represents American culture as far as like resonating with the most people, Spider-Man is bigger than Captain America, bro. Spider-Man is the biggest, in my opinion. He's right under Iron Man as far as what people like about Marvel. People love Iron Man and people love Spider-Man. They love Spider-Man. No Wakanda Forever will ever come close to Spider-Man. Spider-Man is a cash machine. It is a cash register. They like Miles Morales or whatever his name is. They like Tobey Maguire. They like Spider-Man is, you can't get Spider-Man wrong, right? Getting Spider-Man wrong is like getting, I can't even think about it. Spider-Man is as American as an F-150. There's certain things you just don't mess up. You can't get the F-150 wrong, and you can't get Spider-Man wrong. That just is what it is. You can't get that wrong. So if you're talking about Black Panther and all of that, man, listen. That they don't have the American, as much American way as Spider-Man. Spider-Man is more important than Captain America for some people. It is what it is. He is one of the most popular superheroes ever. Spider-Man is more popular than Superman. Superman movies is trash. I like the other Superman movie where he was fighting I will find you. Oh, you can't. Spider-Man is different. Don't even put Spider-Man in the same conversation or categories as no other superhero. He's almost on an island by himself.
Probably, but it's been a 7-year gap between this movie getting the record and Avengers Endgame getting it. That's the longest gap since 1975. So if these new Avengers movies don't do it, we could be in for a long wait.
Okay, let's talk about that for a moment. There's been arguments for a while that there's this superhero fatigue, Marvel fatigue. So does this opening over the weekend do anything to put those arguments to rest? Or is Spider-Man as a character and as a brand, is this just an outlier?
Spider-Man is a worldwide phenomenon. People love that. People love Spidey, man.
Well, I'd say it's kind of yes and no. I think that there was a time, you know, probably 7 or 8 years ago when just about every superhero movie, regardless of how it was received or how excited people were, all of them would do pretty well.
Annie in New York,
you know, big hits in there. I think what this shows is that, and you look at performances of movies like Supergirl and other comic book films from Marvel as well, Thunderbolts and Captain America: Brave New World. I think what we're seeing is that audiences are more selective about the comic book films that they're seeing. So in that way, I think there is a little fatigue. But what it also shows is that the right character at the right time, and then, by the way, a pretty good movie, is still a big draw for people to get out to the theaters.
Yeah, let's talk Tom Holland. His box office track record outside of this franchise has been spotty, but he now appears in the 4 biggest opening films of all time. And fans of Spider-Man appear to like him in the role?
Yes, Tom Holland is it. I think Tom Holland is the most perfect Spider-Man that you can get. Still be acting and looking like he's 18, 19 years old.
They do. And I mean, Tom Holland loves the role of Spider-Man. And you can tell when he's out promoting the film, he got involved with making this film. And I think that fans can pick up on that he has a real passion for this character. Yeah, I was crunching numbers for my box office show, which is coming out tomorrow. And an interesting thing is, compared to the last Spider-Man film, there was actually a drop in audience from 18 to 34 years old, which are usually the motor that runs the comic book genre. And they still did for this movie. But there was an increase, especially in men 35 and older.
You know why that is? Is because the people that grew up watching Batman, Spider-Man, X-Men, and all of these different cartoons, we older now. We've gotten older. Now we in our 40s. The people that's spending the most money are the guys that are in their 40s. That's why. It's not that we don't, that the young people don't care. They don't care as much as we care. And so we're going to continue to spend money the same way that we was doing when we was going to the show when we was in the 2000s and the late 90s. And the people that are older now are still embracing and spending money on these franchises and having a conversation about whether or not we like these movies.
What this says to me is...
And Zendaya did a really good job too. Hey, Zendaya is killing it. Zendaya is in Dune. Zendaya is in this. Zendaya is killing it in everything.
Not only is Tom Holland and also Zendaya and the rest of the cast able to pull in the young crowd, because he's been playing this role for almost 10 years, there's also an audience that's aging along with Tom Holland and this Spider-Man that's also going out to the theaters. So I think that they've really hit a sweet spot with the audience for this film because they've stuck with him for so long and because they like him as the character.
Yeah, it was such a huge weekend. As a whole, it also broke the record for the largest total domestic frame. We're talking $430 million, another $51 million for the Odyssey. So what does all that tell you about the marketplace?
Well, it definitely shows that you can support 2 big films at the same time. And the Odyssey, I wouldn't call it counter programming, but I think it had a different draw. I think the fact that it had IMAX theaters to itself still this past weekend was good. And it's also an event. And so what it says to me is that, again, audiences will turn out for the right movie at the right time, but you've got to keep the quality up. You have to have
Y'all don't like Zendaya? Somebody said Zendaya. That's the troll. Cosmo, we don't be taking you serious, bro, because you just be saying so many incendiary things. And so we don't look at it the same way as you, bro. Somebody says Zendaya is a wokey AD. So is Mark Ruffalo. We didn't go for Mark Ruffalo. We went for the Hulk. So is the dude that was the blind guy in the Odyssey. He's a wokey too. Man, listen, sometimes movies and certain things are too good to pass up, and you just got to go ahead and take the L. You know what? I get it. They're wokey. You know what? But I'm still going to watch Casino. I don't necessarily care for Robert De Niro, but I'm going to still watch Casino. I may not necessarily care about Meet the Fockers, but I'm going to watch some Casino. And so it's plenty of people that are wokies. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But at the same time, I'm not about to not go watch Spider-Man. Disney is woke. If you just want to go there, Disney as a company is woke. Disney is woke. I'm not going to not watch Spider-Man. Bro, look, sometimes you got to put your pride to the side and make a smart decision. Woke is it's a bad word anyway. But Spider-Man killed it. I haven't had a chance to watch Disclosure Day. When I turned on my TV this morning, I seen that they had Disclosure Day for streaming. So I might just stream it today while I'm getting the show together for the night and all of that type of stuff. But yeah, man, I mean, it just is what it is, bro. Spider-Man killed it. I thought it was a great movie. And let me also say that everybody is back in the movie theaters, y'all. Man, listen. Outside is outsiding. For those of y'all that think that don't nobody go outside no more, ain't nobody outside is outsiding. People are back at the movie theaters. They buying popcorn. They shopping at the malls. They taking flights. Every flight that I get on be full. Every flight that I get on is full. People is over that pandemic and they're not going back in the house. They're not going back in the house. People is outside. They having a good time. They going to visit people. They watching movies. They doing everything that they want to do. And they are not staying in the house. They not in the house. They outside, bro. That theater was full. White, black, young, old. People was outside, bro. I know I'll be outside. I need to be inside, to be honest with you. And I was up working all the way till 1 o'clock in the morning last night, and I didn't even get to the crib till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I got back up and headed right back out. I didn't even get a chance to see nobody. Woo! I'm going to have to go check on these properties today, though. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of y'all super chats, and then we're going to go into... Let me make sure I got my ducks in a row. I don't want to talk about Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande is saying that she wants to get out of the spotlight for a while. We could cover it. Why not? We talking about movies right now anyway. Wesley Turner says Infinity War was way better than Endgame. Infinity War was incredible. Thanos was incredible. Avatar better than it all? Not. Nope. Nope. You're wrong. And I watched Avatar too. Moses Prophet says my favorite Spidey is Andrew Garfield. Nah. Tom Holland is better, bro. I like Andrew Garfield. I liked all of the Spider-Man. Slow down with the Superman slander. These last two Supermans was trash. The Supergirl, the one where they had the nanotech that was trying to choke him out and stuff. I said, man, what is this nonsense, bro? It was super comic-y and all of that stuff. I said, this is trash. John Wick versus John Bernthal, the Punisher. I like the Punisher better than John Wick. I do. I like John Bernthal. I actually remember him in The Walking Dead before they killed him off in like season 2 or something like that. He was the other cop that escaped. I like John Bernthal. Like him a lot. Dune is awesome too. I love Dune. Silence. Abomination. Abomination. I'm gonna shoot a movie one day. I'm gonna finance and shoot a movie, and I'm gonna put it in theaters. I'm gonna finance, shoot a movie, and put it in theaters. I like John Bernthal. He's good, bro. Great actor.
So we're hearing at least a little bit from Ariana Grande for the first time now, since her team said she's going to be taking a step back from public life. The message is short. She says she can't wait to see her fans. On her Instagram story, she says, "See you tonight." She's got this concert happening in just a few hours in Chicago. And the question is going to be, at her concert, does she address this? Because she's been kind of everywhere in this moment. Her team told people, and now it's everywhere, that Ariana is taking a much-deserved break once her tour finishes next month, after what the rep says has been endless, ongoing public scrutiny. It comes as the singer's appearance has been in the spotlight in particular, with some fans saying they're getting concerned about how she's doing.
After seeing her Petals video, oh my God, I am horrified. Oh, like, I'm truly concerned.
There is nothing normal about that, y'all.
Why are sassy black men always involved in conversations and letting all of their sass hit the market and just go all the way in, bro? I don't know what that is. You don't even see sassy white men this involved in people's lives as you see sassy black men. They always dusty, they always poor, they always and they always involved in these type of conversations. I don't get it.
There's nothing normal about that.
It triggered me. So part of the reason this new video is reigniting this whole conversation, this new music video, one of the scouts, so it's like a thing where she's, going through these like scenes almost, talking to talent scouts. And one of the scouts in the video, again, fictional, writes down what looks like it says, "Couldn't hurt to lose a few lbs. Couldn't hurt to lose a few lbs, AKA pounds." Now, other fans say it's really not anybody's place to make comments about anybody's body.
I never make an individual's body the center focus of the commentary.
I need us to stop commenting on women's bodies. Body size is not a great indication of your wellness.
How ain't it?
Let me bring in Chloe Molas, who's joining us now. Just a complicated set of conversations around Ariana Grande, who is absolutely in the public spotlight right now. And so when her team says things like these sort of endless ongoing scrutiny, she is one of the most famous people in the world. She is scrutinized all the time. And now this new album is out. This new music video is out. Walk us through some of the developments and what you're hearing from her team and those around her.
Sure, Holly. I mean, look, Ariana Grande is no stranger to the spotlight. She started as a child star on Nickelodeon. And, she, among many celebrities, have had public comments about their body image. And this statement, which I want to read you a little bit more of from her team, says that she looks forward to finishing the tour and ending it on a high note, both healthily and happily. Notice they say healthily there. Obviously, that is a pointed thing to put into the statement. They also let's point out she's been on tour since June. There are 41 stops on this tour. A source close to Ariana Grande telling me tonight, Hallie, that, she gets up on that stage night after night, and it is a very, very rigorous performance that she is putting on in these stadiums. And that, she really gives it her all. But her team has not said anything specifically about her weight. But as you can tell on social media, it has sparked a massive debate right now as to how far is too far when it comes to talking about these celebrities who are in the public eye.
The other piece of this, too, she's pulling out of a show, I think, right, in London that was supposed to start next summer, right? Next year, maybe? And the show is really supportive about this. They said that they backed the decision for Grande to no longer star in it.
It's a Stephen Sondheim musical that she was supposed to be in next summer. And she was supposed to star opposite Jonathan Bailey, her Wicked co-star. And, you know, look, it's a shame, but she has a big movie coming out called Fokker-in-Law from our parent company, NBC Universal. And she potentially might be doing a press tour. The movie comes out in November, Hallie, so never say never. I don't know if we have time for you to listen to something that she did say a couple of years ago about body image. Take a listen.
I think in today's society, there's a comfortability that we shouldn't have at all. There's a comfortability that people have commenting on that I think is really dangerous. And I think it's dangerous for all parties involved.
So you see her talking about how she thinks people go too far when it comes to commenting on her body, and she has talked about it in lyrics in her music, and this isn't the first interview that she has taken fans to task. So again, it'll be interesting to see. She has several more tour stops left, Hallie, to see if she says anything about this over the next couple of weeks.
So basically, right, because we skipping around it, long story short, people are saying that she's too thin. They're saying that she, you know, don't have enough weight on her body. She's too thin, and they're concerned about her health and that she's withering away. And so now that is starting to spark conversation about what is healthy and what isn't healthy. All right. Now, I've seen several different videos that people have sent me of women that are probably 300 plus complaining about the fact that preschoolers are criticizing their weight. I'm not kidding you. I just did a review video on it. I don't even know if it's dropped yet. Let me see. Could be scheduled. Yep, it's dropped. It did come out. It did come out. And so kids in preschool are holding, and she said that she's quitting childcare because the kids in preschool 4 and under were body shaming her. All right. But the reverse is a little bit different, right? Because the reason that the reverse is a little bit different, is because we don't really talk about the opposite side, because America is overweight. America is overweight, and people don't like to talk about being overweight. And so we've had such a body positivity movement in this country that people spend more time debating on whether or not you're overweight than they do about you being underweight. She did. She said she was bullied by... Y'all act like I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm being for real. I'm being so for real. She said she was bullied by preschoolers because
So I'm leaving.
She was overweight. And let me see if I can pull it up. I don't even know if I can pull it up. I'll try to get it up for you guys in a second. But now people are starting in Ariana Grande's situation. And this is the question that I want to ask you guys. Do y'all think that she's too thin? And what is too thin? What's too thin? What's the proper weight? How tall is Ariana Grande? She's only 5 feet tall. They say that she's between 5 feet and 5'2". They said that she's only 5 feet, between 5 feet and 5'2". So if she's only between 5 feet and 5'2", how much y'all want her to weigh? Somebody says she's pushing about 90 pounds. She's only between 5 feet. She probably closer to 5 feet than she is to 5'2". So if she's only 5 feet, what I'm trying to figure out is, what is the right weight for somebody that is 5 feet tall? What's the proper weight for somebody that's 5 feet tall? Because I'm not sure that I would say that she's overweight. I mean, that she's underweight. I don't really know what 150? Get the hell out of here, bro. No way. We are off. We are so off. Ain't no way in the world. I'm gonna have to introduce this conversation on After Hours tonight. Ain't no way in the world that you telling me that the proper weight for a girl that is 5 feet tall is 150 pounds. Hell no. No, I'm not going for it. No way. 115 probably sounds more realistic. Between 100 and 115, she's fine. 150 pounds for a woman that is 5 feet tall, she may not look crazy or bad depending on how she proportioned, but no way. No way. Not at all. Not for 5 feet. We don't really go by BMI or any of that type of stuff. We go by what we see and whether or not we like them curvy or not. That's how we go by. That's how we go by. We go by what we see, and if it looks good or not, and if we think we can make it clap. No, she's not supposed to be 120, 125. I think 115, 110, 115 is probably logical for her. Yeah, anywhere between 90 to 110 is logical. Eric D, you hilarious. Nah, I seen a chick that was 130. She was nice and curvy. She was like 130, 135. She was about 5'8", 5'9". She was perfect. She was perfect. But again, y'all, I know y'all got a different perspective on what y'all like and whether or not y'all think that women are not thick enough. Y'all like them super duper 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 thick. And it's a preference. You know, it is what it is. But this is the video that I was talking about right here.
So I'm leaving childcare for a multitude of reasons. One of the reasons I'm leaving is because I'm tired of being the first fat person that a child has ever interacted with before. I understand kids say things, they're still learning. I don't get anything else about my appearance like mentioned by kids. And when I say kids, I mean like 4 and under. Like, it does not matter. Like, if I work at a preschool, there will be a child that will ask me, do I have a baby in my tummy?
Oh man. You know what makes that so funny? And I just can't help it. I can't help it. You know what makes that so funny? Is because kids that are 4 and under are so they're so innocent and brutally honest. They don't have a bone where they have to try to be politically correct, or they trying to keep a job, or they trying to keep a reputation. They just say what's on their mind. They not ruthless, they just honest. And I could just picture it. And it was just like, yo, ain't no way that that you would get that out of me. You think I'm about to pick up my phone and record myself telling you that kids asked me if I had a baby in my tummy and I'm not pregnant? Heck no. No way, Jose, no how, no child. Not even a little bit. Nope, you couldn't get that information out of me. Superman can't get that information out of me. Nope. But let me finish telling y'all what the video said, because y'all be thinking I'm capping. I be telling the truth.
They will just call me big and fat. So like, I just need to know, like, if you're a parent, and especially if you have no fat people in your life, like, let's maybe have a conversation with our kids about what to say about people's appearances and what not to say.
So the solution is not to lose weight. The solution is to complain about children that don't know any better because you work in childcare. Because honestly, that would be the reality check for me. I'd be like, you know what? I just can't take it no more. I can't take it no more. You know what? I can't take it no more. All I'm doing is water and that's it. Take 2 or 3 weeks, just drink some water and just go on a fast, bro. That's it. Fasting time. That would be the breaking point for me.
Dare I say, even worse than being the only queer person at a preschool or...
They always look a certain way. You know what? And let me say this before I continue on with the video. One of the reasons why our schools are so messed up is because all of our teachers are queer. All of our teachers are weird. We used to have normal teachers. People that paid their mortgage, lived in the neighborhoods, did whatever it is that they wanted to do outside of it, maybe smoked a cigarette or two. But every teacher didn't have a bullnose ring. Every teacher wasn't offended at everything. Every teacher wasn't queer. Now it's like that's the only profession that y'all go into. What does being queer even have to do with this conversation about preschool kids telling you about your weight? Every single situation, it always leads to your sexuality. And it had nothing to do with this conversation. And this is why I keep telling y'all, if I was to have another kid, if I was to personally have another kid, my kid would be private schooled, Catholic private school. I'm not a fan of homeschooling because I think that there needs to be a social aspect and a suffering aspect. And I don't want you sitting at home all day. I think that you need to go out there, make friends, make lifetime friends, people that you're going to connect with for the rest of your life, whatever. So I would have to, if I'm having a child today, a part of that calculation is private school, Catholic private school. No ifs, ands, buts about it. No public schooling, no none of that. It's too off. It's too off. You can't even get a normal person to teach your kid. That's why I say that more women need to be stay-at-home mothers. Women need to be stay-at-home mothers because you don't know what they putting into your children. You need to be an active, participating parent in your children's lives because you don't know what kind of conversations these people are having with your children. Y'all don't know. They leading with it in conversations that ain't got nothing to do with it. She came on here talking about her weight and 3-year-olds talking, laughing at her. Now she talking about, especially if you're queer, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Telling y'all. Yes, we are doing Catholic schools, Catholic private schools. Call it what you want. Call it what you want. I'm not even Catholic, but I went to a Catholic private school in middle school. And I'm telling you that they have the best schools, best principals, best administrators, best teachers, best everything. A lot of the kids that don't go, I mean, a lot of the parents that send their kids to these schools are not sending them because they're Catholic. They're sending them because the school has a baseline for how they raise the children and how they teach the children without all of this other stuff that go along with it. Nah. I'm telling you, there is no other schools that's as good as the Catholic private schools. Call it what you want. Call it what you want, bro. There is no other schools, in my opinion, in my experience, that do as good of a job as Catholic private schools. They have the best leagues when it comes to sports. Yep, the Jesuits. Yep, they have the best leagues when it comes to sports. They have the best teachers. They pay the most money to the teachers. They have smaller classroom sizes and have the highest standards. Highest standards. Somebody said I wouldn't want my kid to be praying to the Virgin Mary. Well, that's when you're supposed to have parents in your life. I went to it, but my parents didn't let me get into that. My parents was like, no, listen, make sure you know who you are and where you come from. This is who we are. We Pentecostal, and this is the way that we operate it. Remember, you saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost. And I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. Cool. But all my classes was slapping. We didn't even have to go to mass, but like once every 2 months or something like that. Call it what you want. All of the stuff that y'all let y'all kids go into and see in public school, and if you telling me that the worst that we have to do is tell your kids to not pray to Virgin Mary in order to go to a better Catholic private school, I'm rolling with that one, bro. Because in the other school, you're going to get this teacher. The teacher going to be gay. I can deal with telling my kid, all right, listen, make sure you don't pray to the Virgin Mary. I can deal with that. No, I didn't come up as Kojic. I can deal with that. Amen. But the rest of that, nah. I'm rolling. I would send my kid to a Catholic private school, and that's the only way that I would do it, bro. It's the only way that I would do it. All of the schools, the best schools around here is Catholic private schools. Country Day, UAD Jesuit, all of that. Nope. Listen to her.
Being the first queer person that your child has ever interacted with, because that's not like visible 24/7. But like my body is here. They can see that I'm fat like my whole life. But like, let's just teach our kids about fat people. Is that so hard? Like, they've never been told, hey, you can't just call somebody fat or ask them why their stomach is so big. So maybe let's work on that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like, don't just wait until your kid has a fat teacher and has to sit them down and tell them why you can't say all these things about fat people. So, I don't know, just a thought. Just one of the many reasons why I'm leaving childcare. Maybe I'll update you guys on more at a different time. But, yeah.
There you have it. And that's the end screen. I didn't edit that. That's how the screen ended. It just ended just like that. Just like that. And listen, baby girl, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, she dealing with some stuff. You just got to keep grinding. You got to keep pushing. You just can't give up. You just can't give up. You can't give up. You got to keep pushing. So every day, regardless of what happened yesterday, we gonna push. We gonna push, and we gonna be better, and we gonna just work at it. Phenomenal show today again, y'all. Another 4 hours in the books. Officially 3 hours and 59 minutes. Let me read some of these super chats. We'll be at the 4 hour mark by the time that we end that. Today's letters are G, L, and P, and today's numbers. Oh my God. Nothing beats The Dark Knight. I love The Dark Knight personally. I love The Dark Knight. I've seen people going back and buying DVDs. That's a fact. That's true. I like thick, so I dealt with a 5'2" girl that was 140, 150. Yeah, I mean, it ain't no bad. It ain't a bad thing. Like, you ain't tripping. I'm just saying it's not. I wouldn't say that Ariana Grande need to be 150 in order for her to be considered healthy. Anything 100 pounds I can't do nothing with. You'll be surprised. I'm the best ones. Let me be quiet. All right, you want me to look at this nightcap situation? At 2 hours and 32 minutes. Okay. I didn't forget about you. Is it from last night? Two hours and 32 minutes.
I ain't moving to somebody's house I didn't pay for until I get my house. I've been here for 30 days.
All right now.
Huh?
All right now.
Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's one thing we not. We not squatters. Take it how you want to.
Yeah.
TS Carwise Detail Service. Is Kawhi a top 5 or top 10 small forward ever? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Two-way.
Braun, Larry, KD.
Scotty.
Those are my three.
Scotty.
Then
Scotty.
People don't realize how good Dr. J best years was in the ABA.
Right.
People don't forget. Dr. J was a 3-time league in the ABA. The ABA used to be better than the NBA.
NBA, yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he was an MVP. So Dr. J really got 4 MVPs. He won championships in the ABA and he won championships in the NBA. So he has to be there. But Kawhi's the top. He's the top 5.
No, he's not.
Top 5.
No, he's not.
Because then you got to start going, Connie Hawkins and
no.
I'm trying to think small.
No, he's
forward.
not. No, he's not. No,
Connie
he's not.
Hawkins.
Not even close.
James Worthy.
Man, what you know about Connie Hawkins?
Nope.
New York
Nope.
legend.
He's not better than Melo. He's not better than T-Mac. He's not better than any of those people.
I guess you would say Elgin Baylor, but Elgin might have been a power forward. Pippen.
He's not top 5.
Robert was a power forward. He
Right.
He wasn't no small forward. But yeah, it all depends on where you put Pip. I think Pip all around. We saw when Jordan went away, we saw Pip offensive game expand, and he was still outstanding defensively.
Yep.
I don't know if we would have seen Kawhi's offensive game as long as Tim Duncan was there. Once Tim Duncan went away, Pop didn't have no choice but to turn him loose.
Yep. Absolutely right.
He ain't top 5 at all.
That opportunity.
You got Melo, but I don't think you really can debate the 3: Bird, LeBron, and KD.
Yeah.
I don't think that. Joe, what you think?
Out of them 3, bro, it's hard to pick a 3 better than Bron, Bird, KD,
Pippen,
Kawhi, Carmelo, James Worthy, Connie Hawkins.
Dr. J.
Yeah, Kawhi and Melo. They right after that, bro.
T-Mac. Get the hell out of here, bro.
Go 20.
Yeah, nah. I'm not with it. He's not top 5 at all. He's not top 5. And I don't care what you say. Like, he hasn't played enough games. He's not top 5 in my opinion. I'm not going for it. Not personally. So, he's not over Dr. J. Dr. J is Michael Jordan's favorite player of all time. Nah. Nope. I'm not taking him over none of those people at all. So, that's just my personal opinion. Very interesting. Dre with the K says she mad at the kids because she shaped like shaped like Pac-Man is crazy. Here's a question that I got for y'all. What's the biggest woman that y'all, fellas, what's the biggest woman that y'all ever been with in y'all life? What's the biggest woman, if you had to guess, what's the biggest woman that you've ever slept with before? What's the biggest woman that y'all have ever had in y'all life? $220. $170, $180. Girls are bigger than y'all know. A lot of girls weigh more 6 feet 320. Oh my God. 6 feet 320. I don't know if I could do nothing with that. I don't know if I'm built for that. That would be a challenge. I don't know if I could do that. No. That's a bit much. That's a big much. You smash a 300 too? Good God. How do you get there? How do you get to that point in your life? How do you get to the point where you say, yeah, I'm going to take a 6-footer at 320? That's crazy. I don't even know if I would do that for the love of the game. Can I do that for the love of the game? I don't think I'll be able to do it. I don't think I'll be able to get it up. That's all gummy worm. That's all gum life. That's all gummy worm right there. I don't think I'm built for that. Somebody said, how did you get here? That's a lineman. Heck no. Nope. Nope. That's all gummy worm right there. That's all hope and faith. You can just try to ball it up and push it in. Just try to push it in, try to squeeze, push it in there. Ball it up and push it in there and hope for the best. Pray for the worst. Pray for the best. Prepare for the worst. And just go from there. don't even know what that looks like. 6 feet. 6 feet. 320. Whoa. Somebody said clapping a mountain from the back. Let me get out of here. I ain't gonna never be able to cross over with this happening the way that we having these kind of conversations. Gosh, I can't get there. End the stream. All right. I'm going to end the stream. 240 for you? All right. I mean, but 320 is crazy. 320? Sheesh. Anyways, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see y'all tonight. Peace.